And I'm live just on zero. G'day, guys. Another round, another long session. This one will be. Oh, well. Let's have some fun. Richard's back. Can't keep Richard away. Yes, it is. It's 8 o'clock where you are. 8 o'clock in the evening. So when it's 10 o'clock here, it will be 12 where you are. It will be New Year. Yes. I just can't remember there's a place in the Pacific where they have. Do you remember the place, Richard? That the island where it actually the date line actually crosses, so you can actually go to the past, so to speak, by crossing the actual island to the other side. Yeah, look, I know. No, yeah, I just can't remember the island. There's an island where in the Pacific where the date line actually is, and if you're on the one side, like if you're looking at the globe from north to south, on the left hand side to the west, it's a day ahead, so it's like today, the 31st, and on the other side, it's the 30th. So you can literally walk back in time or forward in time, depending on which direction you're going. Yes, by a day. There you go. So would be a fascinating island to live on. You can imagine now, the postman and all. They have all sorts of excuses. Oh, I was on the other side of the island. Why your mail didn't turn up tomorrow. Oryx 27. Yes, thank you for the love. Jonathan's here. Good to see you again, Jonathan. Must be early in the morning where you are in the UK, because you guys are in winter. So you guys went 1 hour back, we went 1 hour ahead. So it's probably quite early. Did you get enough sleep, Jonathan? Remember what I said? Food and sleep are the two most important things. So did you get enough sleep, mate? Then again, it is a special occasion. Yes, very early, haha. I didn't sleep. Don't sleep often. Fair enough. Yes. Yeah. Got to work on the sleep. Very important. Once a week, man. How are you, mate? Happy New Year, Harry. What's the future like? Yes, it's an interesting future by a day. Yes, very interesting. Yes, I'm on the other side of the island once a week, man. I'll tell you tomorrow. Well, you guys are hardcore. Oh, yeah, well, you can't keep them away. I have threatened them that I will send Ted, so that's probably an incentive why they turn up out of fear. Nothing else. It's the new approach in life. My dear friend Bill Gates sort of put me onto this. Instill fear in the population, they'll do anything. And apparently, it seems to work with my subscribers as well. Yes, committed. Well, that's your excuse. Or maybe we should be. I've been waiting a long time for this. I missed last year's. Yeah, where were you? Hiding under a rock? Well, we have to wait a little longer, as Roy is probably getting coffee. I was. Actually, here's the coffee. But, do a second round. So, yes, a bit of a run around, do all the other stuff. Actually, I was going to do some laundry, but I forgot all about it. I'll have to do it I'll do it on, not tomorrow. I'm not doing it tomorrow. So having I'm just going to sleep in tomorrow, then go over and have a meal. I have to go early, help Dad out with the cooking and all that. So I'm going to go over. Uh, so we'll have a bit of a Pinot wine and some lamb chops, quite a few lamb chops actually. So we'll cook all those up, and yeah, got some cheeses, and I got him some other not sort of novelty type cheeses and stuff like that. So he's got that, and yeah. Anyway, we're also having ice cream. We're cheating, both of us. So, and apparently he's also getting some berries as well. So I'm cheating extra with ice cream and berries. He means the leader 27, or Archivos Ecosifta. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Harry. Thank you, mate. Επίσης, χρόνια πολλά και καλή χρονιά για σένα και για την οικογένειά σου. I just said, may you have many years and a happy new year to you and your family in Greek. He knows what I meant. I won't be up for the whole thing, chat. Ah, yeah, look, I know. You're an old fella. I suspect, Paul will be up with his alpacas. I haven't seen him yet. He's probably putting some of them to sleep, or his pussycat's being fed at the moment. Jenny, yeah, Happy New Year as well, Jenny. Nath, yep, Happy New Year, and all best for 2025, Harry. Thank you. You as well. And Johnny's back. G'day, Johnny. Thanks for being back, mate, and thanks for your support for this channel. Appreciate it. I've increased my REM score by twofold since implementing the air filter in my room. We'll try to come up with some good questions today. Sounds good. Sounds good. Just anything you like to ask, go ahead. Okay, interesting. Look, air quality is important. So, depending on the place and stuff like that, but air quality can impact sleep, oxidative stress, many things. The problem is we live indoors far too much nowadays. So, yeah, important. Hi, Anika, and Happy New Year to you as well. Oops. Do you still want to collaborate to write up the protocol on an ebook? To write up your protocols? Yes, I do, but not at this stage because I'm so damn busy with a lot of things. But I want to basically release all the videos, through this year, all the protocol videos. Towards the end of the year, yeah, I'd be really interested in sitting down and putting it into a proper book, with written out properly and stuff like that. Because videos are one thing, presenting information and supporting data. We can use that as citations, the different studies and stuff like that. But at the same time, it'd be good to have something like that. But I want to do the videos first, in that regard, and then focus on doing that, and then looking at which citations would be appropriate and which wouldn't be, as you know what I mean. I think I may have mentioned that, but yeah, I do definitely want to do something together at some stage. So yes, don't don't despair, Jonathan. We will get there. What is my favourite Greek dish? I have to say I really like tzatziki. So anybody that knows tzatziki, yeah, I really do like. So the other thing that I like is friganella, which is liver, which is cooked over coal, and it's really thinly sliced, and it's like a chip, like a sort of a liver chip, and you put rosemary on it and all that. Oh God, is it tasty? It's completely different than your regular sort of, having a large piece of liver in the traditional way of cooking. So yeah, so there are those sort of things that I like. Um, but yeah, I mean that's the sort of stuff that I'll have occasionally in that regard. Um, but most of the time, just have the regular sort of stuff. I have an on off, fixation with seafood. So it's a strange relationship that I have with seafood. Sometimes I may have twice a week, three times a week, sometimes in extreme cases, seafood, and then I'm off it for a couple of months. It seems like I'm getting the amount that I need as far as uh, you know my DHA and all that. I probably don't need as much because of the blue blocking and all that I do. I don't suffer as much blue light toxicity at night that I used to, and that's possibly a reason why my craving for seafood has dropped. So why I don't have that big need where before I did notice I had a bigger need for it, or I wanted, I was more fixated on seafood. So yeah, Richard loves it but hates the price. It's a yeah. It's funny in Hobart. If I go down to the waterfront and sometimes it's cheaper than the supermarket, sometimes the supermarket's cheaper. It's ridiculous, sort of the variability in price. You have to sort of go around and just check. And what I do is the smart thing. I actually at lunchtime if I'm walking, when I come back on my back, I'll run through the supermarket and I'll check quickly for about 5 minutes and just see the seafood that they've got and what's available. I go, okay, that's your price. And then when I leave work, I'll go down to the waterfront um, and check out their prices. Or I may actually just go through the waterfront, check their prices, go up, and I usually take a snapshot with my phone, then check and then do a comparison, and then decide the next day what I'm going to buy. So cheeky, but you have to be in this sort of market because the prices are constantly varying and changing for whatever reason. Seafood seems to be have a bit more fluctuation in pricing compared to uh, most other things. So who knows? But there could be a lot of reasons for that. I mean, you're probably sticking out the washing machine, as I forgot about it yesterday. Possibly, yes, yes. That happens. Yeah, I've got a. I usually separate them beforehand. So the basket usually, on either it's either whatever's the majority at the moment will be in the washing machine, and the other, the whites and the other coloured stuff will be in the actual basket. So it'll either be one way or another, and I'll be washing those ones, hanging them up, and then when I take them out after the wash and hang them up, then I'll throw the other stuff into the actual washing machine, leave it there, and occasionally I do wash it out. I do have a little sort of uh, those what special washing detergent stuff that you put in the actual to wash the washing machine, and I clean out all the crap from it as well. So I make sure that it's maintained properly, and I've never had any issues or whatsoever. So it does work. Thank you. Hi, old King of Tasmania. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. And you get a star there. Pops on my end as a star, on that as the proper thing with a heart. Thanks, Jonathan. for your support. Oops. And where was I? And so I tend to do it like that, and it tends to work much better for me, Richard. Anyway, like yours, Harry. Nice cheese in Tassie. My favourite is Pine 12 months. Okay, yeah. We do have some really nice craft cheeses. There's some nice cheeses also that they have down on Bruny Island as well, which is it's an island which is very close to the southern part of the Greater Hobart area. So down the Huon Valley type way, there's a lot of different eateries down there, but also a number of becoming a bit more touristy now. But there's a lot of craft type businesses that produce all sorts of produce of different varied types. So yeah, it's pretty good. Um, do you like ouzo? Yeah, it's not one of my favourite drinks. The funny thing is, one of my Anglo-Australian friends, and he's basically from old Anglo-Australians because he comes from the Central Highlands. So this is the old gentry families that go all the way back to the early colonial days. So he's one of those families, even related to the royal family. And that mate of mine, um, he actually is an avid ouzo drinker. So when we were in Greece together back in 2006, God, did he drink about ouzo? Let alone when we got to the island where my sister lives, my youngest one, he was just drinking ouzo. He loved it because of all the different varieties, and it's one of his favourite drinks. Where for me, I'd have to say you know, I like the two sort of spirits that I consume is gin and vodka. Probably the two that I'm more into. You'd think I was Russian. Yeah, you should have seen when I was in Russia years ago. My whole fridge was just full of vodkas. Well, I'm so cheap, so I just bought heaps. So, Harry, we didn't know you were an alcoholic. Well, well, now you do. I used to be a heavy drinker, but no more. But I do enjoy the occasional cheat. And it's usually Saturdays. Saturday is my drinking day. I'll have a couple of drinks. Not every Saturday, but some Saturdays, if it's a social function or whatever, that's usually what I do. So if somebody's retiring work, I go out with the guys, I'll have a drink. If it's our end of year function, I do that. The retirees get together. There's a sort of a retirees, everybody that's retired from our work. We get together on the first Friday of December. So we get together, have a few drinks. So it's that sort of stuff that we do. And but I rarely drink nowadays. I've got no booze in the home. It's usually when occasionally I'll have a celebration. Now tomorrow I'm having wine with Dad. So we'll be two winos. Mm. Mm-mm. That would be a bit too fast down. Ugh. Don't want to choke on the actual channel like I did last time. Quite a few. There was, well, last year was it or whatever? Yeah, it was. Yes, I did overdo it. Yes, Tzatziki is fantastic. It is very, very nice. So I would agree with you as well. Yes, yes, I love it as well. I have to. I love our relationship with seafood. Yep. Yeah, look, it's the price and that's it. Yeah, salmon's I have noticed. So we have salmon farms down here, and you would think the price would be more competitive, but nah. So, well, the funny thing is that the amount of what $40 a kilo. God, you guys really pay. Are you guys all exporting all your salmon to China? It's probably it. No, we still have a healthy supply down here, and you can actually find salmon, in the $20 to $30 range, Australian dollars. But $40, that'd be really steep. You know? But sometimes, between the 20 and 30, you can actually find. Uh, but yeah, that would be very steep at $40 a kilo, definitely. Yes. Oops. Well, yeah. Japan actually imports a lot of stuff. But Japan also has varied prices depending on whether it's domestically sourced, whether it's regional, within the region sourced, like from Philippines or places like that, Southeast Asia. Usually it's cheaper. Further afield, like Australia and a place like that, it's far more expensive. So it depends. Japanese prices have this variability quite a bit. Well, simple, because remember what I said, that on a sad diet, you actually got, that insulin response, the amount of electrolytes you need is much less. If you go back and look at a video that I did years ago with Pim Johnson, Bart Kay's partner, I actually have a playlist with Pim on my playlists. And it's one that it's actually has to do with the first one on the nutritional information. And I actually discussed Walter Kempner's 1930s low fat diet. It's the rice diet. And pretty much you did not need, um, he recommended only iron supplementation and none of the electrolytes, because insulin tends to hold on to things like the key electrolytes, potassium, magnesium. So if it's elevated, if you're just consuming carbohydrates, you're going to be basically holding on to these. So if you give people electrolytes, you'll get too much. And so that's the difference why people like fruitarians and vegans can do what they do, is because of the elevated, they can hold on. Um, but on a low carb diet, you basically you need a bit more, in a sense, especially if you've got genetics for it as well. So you may have genetics, so when you don't take it, then you notice it, which is what is most likely the case. So if you don't feel great without dairy, you're more than likely one of those 24% of people that have the pastoral genes. And that's why you actually need calcium more than others, like I do. Got the same problem. Anyway, DC and Jerusalem, do you have a protocol for severe gallbladder sludge dumping, um, and problems that can make the liver and overall energy levels? Uh, Basically, it's TUDCA. Oh, Richard's put it down there. Have a look at TUDCA. Yep. Oh, yeah. TUDCA plays a big role in that, in helping deal with that problem. So that will actually force out the sludge and clear it out. So I've covered in other cases. Milk thistle as well is helpful. That's if you've got liver issues, you would need milk thistle. If you've just got a congested gallbladder with sludge, TUDCA would be the one to use. which is a metabolite, which includes taurine in it as well. But it's specifically produced for that purpose when it comes to the. So get on some Tutka, and that should resolve the problem. But if you've got other underlying issues with your liver, then you may need things like choline, uh, depending on if you've got a lot of fibrosis. You may need taurine as well. If you've got severe cirrhosis, then you may need something like alpha lipoic acid to take that for about 6 months to sort out the severe oxidative stress. So depending on your circumstances, have you checked, tested? Do you know exactly what the state of your gallbladder, liver are? You know, it's, as I said, it's I can just give you a general stuff, but I don't have the gallbladder. This is what I'm intending to do. I do have a thing called the digestives, a playlist called digestives issues, and I do cover in that a number of these things. So these have been covered about, gallbladder issues, and there are stuff that, how high carbs, are an issue causing it. That was a gallbladder issue video that I did recently about T3. That covers a bit of this information as well, part of that protocol information you want. So check that out. You'll get a bit of additional information. Yes, I have a number of videos on a number of things, and that is true. Exactly. Yes, we do. And there's a video. It's called why people get high blood sugar on a carnivore diet. So if you put carnivore diet, blood sugar, sugar, and the word calcium, carnivore diet, and Harry Serpanos, you should find that video because I've put the calcium genes in brackets. And that explains exactly how those genes work, the pastoral genes. Yeah. And I will get, because I have those genes that actually affect my uptake, but I also have some other genes that are pastoral related in terms of calcium metabolism. And so, as a consequence, I need extra calcium. And some can get certain other sort of symptoms like raising blood sugar and stuff like that. I get the more severe stuff, not only raising blood sugar but also tachycardia, actually arrhythmias in my heart, which are dangerous, which clearly shows that I lose my levels, my serum calcium starts dropping off after a couple of days as well, like Jonathan. So I definitely have the pastoral genetics and some of the other calcium genes, and so I have to take that. So, and if I don't get calcium, luckily I've never, I just did a paleo period for a couple of months, and I just couldn't figure it out, and I just gave up on it because it was creating a lot of arrhythmias and heart palpitations and all sorts of things. And once I went back to a low carb diet with dairy and all that, I didn't know why it was causing. I found out later that I had the genetics and did a bit of research, but at the time I had no idea. Just there's something about the diet that just doesn't work for me, and now I know that it's that 24% of genetics plus some other genes as well that exacerbate my circumstances. Um, we are a product not of just our Paleolithic ancestry, but also the domestication of animals and plants that have affected our genetics as well in the last, quite a few, well, depending on which part of the planet you are. The Greek world, Thessaly, it's about, what was it, 7,000 BC. which is about 9,000 years ago, when in that part of the world, I think it was the first part of actual Europe where the domestication, the first agrarian people settled. And then from there, they sort of ventured out into the rest of Europe, which was about 5,500 BC, which is about 7,500 years. So 1,100 years later, so more or less, so to speak. So, yeah, that has had an effect on all of us. Certain dietary lifestyles, like in the British Isles, which is pretty much Scotland, Wales, England, Ireland, all that sort of thing area. A lot of these populations have poorer retinol conversion, again, because of retinol-rich foods like cod liver oil and cod liver and stuff like that people consumed. You get the same thing in Iceland. You get the same thing in parts of Norway and all that, and parts of Scandinavia as a consequence of that type of eating, where people have downregulated beta-carotene conversion. I have a 32%. Others can have close to practically 90%, depending on all the genes and all that. You've got to look at all the genes and then calculate them and work out exactly how much each person has, because it's not only the primary genes, there are secondary genes as well. So, but that's when you go to a naturopath that knows this and can do the genomics correctly. So then it tells you, what you really need and what you can't do without, and those sort of issues. Well, most Greeks have been consuming for a very long time dairy products. It's in the Iliad, Homer and Iliad, we've been pastoralists for a very, very long time, for thousands of years. So there are more Greeks that actually have these genetics, inability to absorb calcium and need dairy in their diet, or calcium-rich foods, So very necessary. And also we consumed a lot of small fish, like sardines and small fish, coastal and river fish, which also means you're getting more bones and more calcium that way. So, yeah, the requirements for some people are much higher than others due to, again, those adaptations. Since I fish and seafood once per week for 3 months now, I don't crave dirty and expensive salmon anymore. That's good. You're getting your DHA, you're getting the things that your body needs, and you're going, because we live in a blue light environment, blue light toxicity. That's why I'm wearing the glasses, and that actually exacerbates the eyes and all that DHA loss, and we need to replenish that due to blue light toxicity. And so, because of blue light toxicity, our seafood requirement compared to somebody like a Maasai, somebody like a Hadza, somebody like those sort of people goes up, because our lifestyle is different. That sucks to be modern, but that's what it is. Then we have more gadgets to play with, like little boys and girls, don't we? Yes. So, yes, it is. But again, it depends on the circumstances, how much and how long one needs it. But funny that you and Bart still drink. When I went Carnivore, I basically went from alcohol to sober practically overnight. Drinking is like 3 times a year now. New Year's Eve, being one of the days. Laugh out loud. Well, he probably drinks more than me. I've cut back. I have done like long stints where for 6 months I've touched no alcohol at all. But in recent times, there was a couple of retirements, a number of things, and people coming and going, and all sorts of social activities that were actually happening, or retirements or whatever. And I tended to cheat a bit more. So it just happens. The key thing is, look, we live in a real world, and you know, I don't tell people how to live their life. I would never. You come here, you ask me questions, I provide you the information. How you practice those things, how you live your life is your business. When I actually say that carnivore diet is the species appropriate diet, it's because the archaeological evidence and everything else supports it. So that's, if you can be consistent, more consistent than I can, kudos to you. Bravo. You're doing much better. But the thing is, in the end, it's as long as we're doing more proper rather than negative stuff. I'm not going to justify my coffee drinking. I'm drinking poison, or a low grade one anyway, that creates oxidative stress. And then my detox pathways have to deal with, the caffeine and that's in here. I'm lucky that I have certain genes that actually can clear it out in a very short amount of time compared to other people, 4 times faster. So I have that advantage. So as a consequence of that, caffeine and coffee does less damage. But then again, I don't get a buzz like other people, or don't feel anything. It's more the taste. Weird, but that's what it is. Genes, as they say, genes. But trust me, everybody cheats. And anybody that tells you they don't, they're lying. Because I know some of these people, I've met some of these people, I know that everyone cheats. Nobody's a bloody saint in the carnivore community. We live in the real world. As long as we focus on trying to be cleaner as much as possible, because we're going to get the benefit by doing that. It's going to be healthier for us in the long run, and we'll get more life out of it. But we still have to live in the real world with family, with friends and people like that. And unless you want to become a hermit, that's the only way you would be able to be completely, there would be no, no distractions. You would be able to be 100% because there would be nothing around you in the environment in any way, sort of making you feel like, I want to cheat a bit. Not that I feel like I don't even think about it. It just happens. You're there, you turn up at a function, there's the stuff there, and somebody hands you a drink. What are you going to say? Bugger off. You're going to drink it. So it is what it is. I turned up a brother from another mother who's my closest friend. We've been for years, for decades now. And he'll just put a gin, throw in some lemon, and stuff like that, and whack it in front of me. What am I going to say? I'm going to drink it. Probably going to tell him no more. I'm done. I'm fine, or stuff like that. But I'm still going to drink the first one. He's the one that does all the coffee stuff. Yes. Harry, are you grounded right now? No, I'm not. I'm not. So I've been meaning to get a little mat for my office, because this is sort of my working from home office type thing. This is where all the screens that are set up and all that, the multi monitors, and that's what it is, that I use it for. But no, I haven't actually set up. And the other one that I had, I damaged, I threw out, so I haven't replaced it yet. Yes, I've damaged a few things, haven't I? Damaged a mat. I damaged my previous. Remember the other glasses that I had? I stepped on them and damaged them. So I've damaged a few things. God, somebody would think, God, you old man, so clumsy. Seems like it. Bad boy. Clumsy boy, you mean? Clumsy and stupid and clumsy. Yes, likes to waste a lot of money on replacing things. Apparently. Yep. I'm using injectable NAD, glutathione, carnitine, Tutka, NAC. Don't go high on NAC, Jonathan. Stick to 1 gram, please. Taurine, astragalus root extract to support my liver and kidney health. What are you doing? You're not taking drugs, are you, Jonathan? And you need all that? Well, yeah, because it helps with increasing. Some people, there is, that may be an issue for you, Richard. There can be what is called, um, and it's related to. Some people say it's an autoimmune, but it's not clear whether it is or not. It's what they call a bile acid insufficiency. And it's not very clear why some people, there may be genetics related to, there may be other factors. Yeah, NAC around 1 group. Yep, helps with the drugs. So, yeah, good, good. As long as you're sticking to 1 gram, don't go over 1 gram. It can create side effects long term. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, it's probably, Richard, the reason that there's insufficiency. And for what I've drilled through the literature and all that, I can't find a reason why it would be and all that. Because even when people, let's say they've got liver fibrosis or whatever, and you restore the fibrosis or fix it with, like they were doing in a university in Texas, one of the hospitals, they were doing like high doses to fix the liver. And they noticed that, some people had better performance in bile acid production compared to others. So, and they weren't able to pin it down exactly why as well. So whether there's a genetic reason that some people have, or some people, because these were middle-aged and older people, so is it just the damage that we've done over a lifetime that now it doesn't work as well? It's very unclear, the reasons why. Yeah. Well, you can try all the other stuff, but fundamentally, the other stuff is like milk thistle, Richard, isn't for, yes, it can help some people, but it actually is fixing like damage. It's actually milk thistle, actually, in particular, when it comes to the liver, in fixing damage in the liver, fibrosis. So, and, a lot of things, as they say, start in the liver. So if you've got good detox in the liver, good functioning and all that, then milk thistle will work. You know, bile salts are different. I've only recommend bile salts when people have got like, you know, problems with their gallbladder not functioning because it's, and they need it as a support in early stages, and then later on they don't need it. Obviously, when it comes to digestive enzymes, the production of digestive enzymes from the pancreas can be for a lot of different reasons. We know that the organ that actually produces taurine is the pancreas, and the pancreas actually requires quite a bit of taurine to function properly in order to basically so you can break down the fibrosis and improve the islet cells and the other structures within the actual pancreas to produce the additional digestive enzymes. But as you said, it's definitely, if you're feeling better with Tutka, it's definitely related to your gallbladder. and you may be one of those unlucky people like I had. I had to use Tutka for a while as well to clear out the damn sludge. For some reason, people have less stones. My father had a big stone, cleared it out, never a problem again. That would have been accumulation over years from eating so many vegetables and stuff like that. Myself, I never had really stones. It was just sludge and persistent sludge for I think it was well over 2 years in the distant past, but well over 2 years. And I had to use Tutka for some period of time until I could actually get, once if I took away the Tutka, I wouldn't digest properly, and it would affect my sort of feces the way they were and stuff like that. But once I put the Tutka back, things would normalise. So it was quite clear that the sludge had not gone away, and it was just for whatever reason wasn't clearing and reducing. I suspect because it was in the bile ducts and all that, and that was affecting the ability for um, my sort of thinking behind it is there's an accumulation through the bile ducts all the way through into the pancreas of sludge. It's backing up the gallbladder and actually generating more sludge, and more sludge is generating on top of other sludge and all that. And it doesn't clear properly because you're always the you haven't cleared the stuff that's in the actual bile ducts, which is backing up the whole system. So you really have to sort of go hard on Tutka for a long period of time until you slowly diminish the levels and it completely clears out. And I think that's what's actually happening. Um, to so at some point you'll notice that you don't need it anymore. So let's move on. Oops. Drops or powder? Um, in the past, I've just got capsules, milk thistle in capsules. I've never tried drops. So, uh, I haven't looked into drops. It depends on what's in the drops. I'd have to look at the ingredients and see, because I've usually just got milk thistle with no other in little capsules with no other crap. Um, I'm trying to even when I put supplements up for you guys, I always look for supplements that have got the minimal or the least amount of fillers and other stuff in there. But yeah, drops, I suspect there may be an oil component in there, which would be concerning to me, depending on what type of oil it was. But still, so yeah. But these are, like some of the other uh, things like fisetin and all that, they tend to be fat soluble. So you've got to take them with food to get better absorption. So with World Carnivore Month coming up, what are the 3 pitfalls you see people doing that are newbies to this World Carnivore? I think the biggest one is they go into it too fast. I'm not into promoting World Carnivore Months at all. I think they can actually create more problems for people. As an introduction, I think people should transition slowly into the carnivore diet and allow their bodies to adjust. They will get way more benefits, and they'll also be able to understand how their body functions and feels and stuff like that. And they'll also be able to trigger and pick up on any issues a hell of a lot easier than going cold turkey. So going cold turkey, if you're young, fine. But if you're middle-aged or older, you're going to have a whole lot of underlying issues that you're carrying with you. It's probably much better to go slower into a carnivore diet. I know top carnivores that ordered strawberries or events in the UK. Everyone goes off plan LOL. Exactly. I know people as well. I mean, I don't sit there pushing, showing the finger. I think the key thing is if I hear a carnivore, somebody that's carnivore in our community or on social media or whatever, promoting inappropriate stuff like Saladino was, I'm going to call them out. But if somebody's basically having a cheat day or stuff like that, I'm not going to bother because if they're actually saying, I believe the carnivore diet is the correct, is species appropriate, but I do cheat, I'm not going to sit there and point the finger and be, because am I perfect? Am I, pure? No. And none of us are. And anybody claiming to be pure is more than likely lying, because we're humans after all, with our weaknesses, with families, friends who try and, Harry, here, have a drink. You know who you are, my brother from another mother. Yes. He's overseas at the moment. So I can say whatever I like because he's probably not watching. But then again, his partner, she may be watching and she'll tell him. But I've got the phone on airplane mode so they can't even send me a message to annoy me. Uh, appropriate? Uh, everybody cheats. Good job, my girlfriend. Not listening. So you've convinced her to be pure. Depends what purity we're talking about here. I better move on before I get into trouble. Yes, and being a bad boy and getting into trouble. Exactly. Very appropriate. It's just the right moment. Uh, I did 27 years of sad dieters before going carnival. Yeah, look, I did plenty more than that. 40, mid 40s. Well, actually, what I do? No, it's because what is it now? It's 7 or 8 years. So it's probably 7. Around about 51 or 52 when I actually went carnival. Now I'm 58. Heading for 59 next year. Well, as of tomorrow. So yes, I've been doing the inappropriate things for far longer. Have a drink like now on New Year's Eve or some sushi to please the wife's family went out. Okay, yeah, Japanese family, yeah, obviously. Yep, we covered all this. Yes, we have, we have. I'm just going to put it up. Any New Year's resolution, Harry? Be alive, stay alive. Nah, no, not really. Um, just hoping Dad improves. He's got a few things that we're working on at the moment. His eyesight, uh, get a cataract operation. I hope so. Hope all that is successful and goes well. That's the things that interest me. That people in my life, my loved ones, their life actually is better with less problems. So that would be my wishes for the new year. My personal stuff, well, I'm still working. I've got a couple of years until retirement. Um, so just only wish and pray to God that the world is still around. So, but resolutions, no, I never make resolutions because nobody keeps them. I just make plans. I never make resolutions. I make plans and I say, well, I want to do, like, I've got a plan in when I go back to working this month to do certain training modules that I want to do. And then I've got some plans to, you know, on the investment front. I've got some plans, you know, for the channel as well to get to start doing a whole raft of protocol videos for the channel. So, and then at some middle of the year, sort of start releasing all of them in one after the other, and have a sort of a special period for that. And that's nothing extraordinary or anything like that. I think small steps. My sort of approach to life is small steps. Don't complicate your life too much. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah. When you put the barge pole up here, you end up missing it. If you put it down here, you'll always go above it, and you'll go, yeah, I've achieved something this year. So, yeah. Got to be realistic with life. Question, Joe. Thank you. The actual whole word itself. I've gone full carnivore on beef only and started to notice my teeth are getting covered with more plaque than before. Any comments on people experiencing increased dental plaque on carnivore? Yeah, it can happen with some people. And sometimes it relates to a derangement in the oral microbiome that you've got from a previous diet. And so and Johnny's saying microbiome shifting. Yeah, there is a bit of truth in that as well. That can happen. There also can be calcium related because you're doing beef only and not calcium, so you're not getting dairy products. You may have the genes that you require it specifically. Just check your blood sugars. If your blood sugars are going up on a carnivore diet, it usually means you've got a calcium related gene. And if you put the calcium in, it usually actually helps with this condition as well. So it can be that as well. Yeah, look, I have to be honest. When I'm sort of working from home or I'm at home and I'm not going out or I'm not interacting with people, I don't brush my teeth at all, and my teeth aren't becoming problematic at all. I haven't been to the dentist for ages now, so where before I had to go in and do cleanups and stuff continuously. So, but again, as I said, I've done like small capsules for the oral microbiome and stuff like that ages ago. I did that. So I've done a lot of trying to sort out the microbiome and stuff like that, the oral stuff. There's a number of companies that put products out for oral microbiome restoration. There's lozenges you can get and stuff like that. So, and I had to suppress the nasty ones that were in my teeth because I used to get a lot of cavities and stuff like that, heaps and heaps. So now it's been years since I've had something like that. Simply again because avoiding sugar is the key thing, really, and sort of restoring the gut microbiome and the oral microbiome are very important as well. Our biggest problem is in life we have probably overdone the two nasty things that really derange our microbiome, both the oral one and the digestive one, and that's glyphosate is one of them because it actually is it's patented by Monsanto's as a low-grade antibiotic. So it has antibiotic effects. If you've consumed a lot of plants that have been glyphosate treated, in particular North America, Australasia, Europe, less of a problem. But in these sort of countries, what happens? You're going to have derangements in gut microbiome. It's the reason why people, even though they're eating plants in Europe, they don't have the gut issues that we have in Australasia and North America, because we're continuously having this low-grade antibiotic called glyphosate in our system. There's your big problem. And then on the other hand, it's overuse of antibiotics as well, especially in the English-speaking countries for some damn reason. Every doctor, the first thing they go when you walk into a doctor's office is they hand you an antibiotic nearly. This is another problem. So I found that getting people to restore their oral microbiome has really improved their oral health as well. So it's not enough to do the carnivore diet. You really have to restore some of the bacteria, because it will happen eventually. But if you're missing a whole lot of, let's say, certain bacterial strains have been completely lost, they no longer exist. We're actually finding that a number of people, when they do tests, they've lost like half or 2/3 of the strains that once upon a time people had, even in the West. So there's a problem there. So you have to restore those, and because obviously if you have fermented things like dairy fermented foods, things like certain raw cheeses, not pasteurized cheeses, they have to be raw cheeses. You can actually get some of those bacteria back. So, you've got to look at those sort of foods to be able to see if to restore some of those beneficial bacteria, which is some of the bifidobacteria and lactobacillus strains, and a few of the others. Oops. Thanks, Matt. Happy New Year. Sad diet for 59 years. Carnivore 1 year in general. What supplements do you recommend? Q10, taurine. If I don't recommend any supplements. If you're doing well, if you're doing well, you don't need any supplements. Now, that said, where you're in a similar age bracket, you're a year older than me. So, or maybe even older. So if you sad diet for 59, 1 year carnivore, so you're probably 60, so 2 years older than me. So you're my senior. In that regard, things like taurine are probably important, because our synthesis of taurine actually after 65 starts dropping off more rapidly. So it is very useful. After 70, our intracellular antioxidant system starts to decline. So at that stage, things like anything that's, I wouldn't say vitamin C, I wouldn't bother, and vitamin E, because you're going to get some of that from the diet, but then you may be looking at things that can help, liposomal glutathione and things like that are options beyond the age 70. Being liposomal means easy absorption, so there are brands out there. I wouldn't bother now, but when you get to the 70s, I'd consider it, because I'm going to consider it as well to do that. Where, on the other hand, if you want to biohack, then less than 1 gram, about 0.9 of a gram of leucine, together with 3 grams of citrulline, early in the morning when you wake up, really early in the morning when you wake up, you do that. and you have time restricted feeding, or late at night when you've digested everything and all that, and there's no more stomach activity before you go to bed. Just before you go to bed, you take that. What it does is it interacts with certain pathways, genetic pathways, which increase the ability to upregulate the functioning of certain organelles. These organelles actually heal the cell, because all of us accumulate senescent cells, damaged cells, over time. These, through CAPTA1 and CAPTA2 pathways, can actually improve the healing process. But you don't want to activate mTOR. You want to remain in a sort of a fasted state. That's why it's less than a gram of leucine. So you're not activating that pathway. And so the synergy, through two different academics, I've worked this out, the synergy of the two actually has this effect in amplifying the healing of the cell. Then, taurine obviously plays a good role in improving mitochondrial function and mitochondrial healing, blue blocking, stuff like that, very important to improve your synthesis of melatonin at night in the body, very important. And there are things like, if you check my cancer playlist, like Physatin, which is a senolytic that kills off, and we can amplify that to, I think it was 680%, massively if you do it at night with, a bit of cream and taking Physatin and taurine a few hours earlier, which increases melatonin, blue blocking glasses to maintain high melatonin, because the melatonin interacts with this polyphenol and amplifies its senolytic effect. Senolytics means senescent, damaged cells and cancer cells get knocked off. They're perched. They're killed. Okay? So if you do that, you strengthen your immune system by maintaining good vitamin D status all year round, plus taurine. The combo of taurine and vitamin D improve T lymphocytes, which means they're the ones that actually knock off all these nasties, cancer cells, and then a lot of senescent cells. Those things will be the type of biohacks that I would invest in. CoQ10, unless you're doing statins only then, so I wouldn't bother. It's expensive. The reduced form, which is ubiquinol. If you're eating animal foods, you're going to be fine on that department. It's really only an issue when people have issues with the mitochondrial respiration and may need some support. So it's depending on the circumstances. What do they say? Horses for courses, basically. The Ruteri ones, yes, the two that are important for, suppressing pathogenic bacteria. That's true. They do have lozenger ones as well on iHerb. You can check on iHerb. I think the same company also has them on Amazon now, I think. I'm not sure. But they are on iHerb. BioGaia, the company is called, just for those. And I've done videos, if you check some of the videos that I've done, which I cover these as well. So for pathogens and stuff like that. So anyway, yes, not a good thing, those nasties. Is type 1 diabetes curable? That's a hard one. If you're very young, I've reversed type 1 diabetes in young kids, but not adults. I've improved for adults, and some people, in very rare sort of cases, have had like a sort of an increase in islet cells. Now, your pancreas produces taurine. Taurine is essential for maintaining the healthy state and reducing oxidative stress around the islet cells, and also eliminating the glycation of those islet cells. Okay, so if you use taurine at a young age, you can actually restore far more of the islet cells and bring back the production of insulin in that regard. So, and the amount of beta cells you can restore varies from person to person, the age, the damage, their diet, their lifestyle. There's so many factors. So obviously you have to go to a cleaner diet. All these factors together. So if it's a child, they've got much greater chance of restoring those, those cells. Older person, it's all worth it. So I think the rats were, what was that again? God, just give me a sec. This is extrapolating from. Remember now, it was either 200 or 250. I think it was 200. 200 milligrams per kilo, I think it was equivalent in the rats. I think it's a long time ago. So let's say the person is 70 kilos, which is 154 pounds. So times 200, that would mean the equivalent. I think it was 250. That's right. It was 250, 70. That's 17.5 grams of taurine per day. And that was the equivalent of, it was 3 months, which is equivalent to nearly a decade, 9.71, I think it's 9.71 years, 9.71 years. So you basically have to take, like, for that sort of weight, that amount of taurine for practically a decade. That was for the rat, where they induced damage to the beta cells in the pancreas. And then they observed, by giving it high dosing of taurine, what would happen to the rat. And the rat was slowly able to restore its islet cells. So restore beta cell function and produce insulin on its own. So is it curable? Apparently the rat said it is, but do we have any science in humans? No, because it's never been done. So I've got no idea. But I usually say to people, what do you got to lose? You've got a decade potentially of getting back some function, or maybe all the function. I don't know. Marcel, you'll come back and tell me it was wonderful, or tell me, nah, you're selling snake oil, Harry. I'm not a rat. But, maybe you'll do either one of those things. I don't know. But it's worked for a couple of people in the young age children, like young children, really young children. We've had improvements. The mothers that actually approached me, and they came back and gave me feedback. Unfortunately, they haven't come back. And it's usually when you cure somebody, or I can't claim cure, or when you help restore some function for people, what happens is it's like when you go to a doctor, if you don't feel sick, you never go back. So you solve somebody's problem, they're not going to come back to you because the problem's been solved. So you don't get feedback much, which is a bit of a problem. Occasionally, some will comment and say, "Oh, thank you, my child's doing much better now," or stuff like that. But or they'll send you an email thanking you, telling you what happened, and then you never hear from them again. It's just look, I don't take that personal because doctors have the same experience. If somebody doesn't need them, they never turn up. You don't expect people to just turn up just to say, "Oh, this is my progress." It doesn't happen like that in the real world. So I understand that. I don't take it. It used to interest me, and I go, "What's happened?" Um, in that regard, but yeah, well, yeah. Let's get down to the next super chat. Yep, I'd better get down there. There's two. Just noticed. See, I was yapping away. That's. I'm very. I'm very cheap. I'm a very cheap trunk. Now, Harry. Thanks to Carnival. That's true. Actually, I'd agree with that. Even though I used to be a really good drinker. I could put people under the table. I can't do that anymore since I've been Carnival. It's just I'm I get far more tipsy. I know what you mean. Have a good one, Harry, and love all the carnival community. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the support. Yeah, it is definitely a bit like that. Yeah, I know the absolute feeling. Well said. Oh, actually, it was 27. Love to the community, Harry. And your subscription paid here. Thanks, Nathan. Uh, appreciate it, mate. Thanks a lot. Oops. You farmer spot. Troy, Happy New Year, Harry. God bless you on your mission, mate. Thanks, mate. Happy New Year to you and your family as well. Yes, yes, Jonathan, you would. Yeah, I find it oddly satisfying going against the norm. Look, we're human. We're human. I know what you mean. Yeah. Mine is usually cider nowadays, the occasional cider when any of these events or whatever. Or when my brother from another mother sticks a gin right smack in my face or vodka and he goes, it's medicinal, apparently, because for his oral health, his missus got vodka for him and he was drinking more. She said, where is it? And he goes, oh, I've been using additional medicinal stuff. Uh, that's my excuse. It's medicinal. Honey, how are you? Hello. And what would you suggest to a person whose brother died, oh, a few days ago, and I can't stick with carnival to cope with the emotions I eat? Or look, just do what you need to do. Um, my condolences for your loss. Yeah, bad time to happen. Yeah, I hope it wasn't due to the jab, but yeah, that's yeah, it's sad. Look, at this stage, the best thing you can do is what I would do is interacting with my family, and that's the most important. You need to console each other for your loss. That's the thing you have to do. And it's an opportunity to increase the closeness with your family as well, which we all need to do, especially in this sort of period, but especially in your sort of circumstances. Use it as an opportunity. Don't use it. The best way to cope is to cope with others. When you have something like this, the best way is to cope in the loving arms of others. That's the best thing you can do. That's what helped me when my mum passed away. I found that being close to loved ones and all that, and just the crying and just getting it out of my system was the thing that actually helped me cope and make sense of things and able to move on. So it's important to basically, because it's not only you suffering, other people in your family are doing the same thing. And that's why use the opportunity to come together closer. Use this as an opportunity to bring your family closer together and to support each other in this emotional time for you guys. So that's what I would personally do, and that's what I did. And I found through that, I got closer to my sisters, closer to my father. So it was an interesting time, and I'm glad that I used the opportunity to get closer to my siblings and to my father. So get something positive out of it in a sense. And because of the other parts of your family would also be struggling in the same way. So, yes. And we won't take your Carnivore card away from you either, unless you persist in doing it for quite too long. My sentiment as well, Richard. Once a week, man. Carry on with the good work. Many thanks. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the 5 sterling. P sterling. Do you eat shrimp or any other? Yep, I do. Yep. Is it good to eat the whole seafood rather than peeling it off and degutting it? I tend to, the only thing that I take out of is a lot of the actual little bones and stuff like that out of fish. Like I'll fillet them and stuff like that. If I want like calcium bones and all that, it's usually I get from my sardines and things like that. But fish, I leave the skin on, because you're getting basically the astaxanthin, you're getting a lot of the collagen around the skin and stuff like that. You're getting some really quality stuff. So definitely keep that. But the stuff that I would probably get rid of is the bones of larger fish. With crustacean shrimp, I don't take off. I leave all that, the outer shell and stuff like that. I eat all that. It's nice and crunchy. I do not take any or the tail or anything off. And that a lot of that is collagen. There's a lot of and it also is mineral rich. Remember, calcium carbonate is what actually creates these shells. So it's also a good source of calcium for me, considering my genetics. But that's how it's produced in the actual, the evil carbon combining with calcium in the water creates the shells. That's what creates shells. So you need more carbon to be able to utilize the calcium in the water to create the shell structures. They got the science completely wrong. Some of these crackpots, they should leave the the fish physiology to the physiologists and focus on their own field of expertise. These idiots that think they're experts in everything, and then they're experts in nothing other than their stupid little ridiculous airy-fairy models that have garbage in, garbage out. Yes, as if you can basically monitor every single part of the atmosphere and get the data, let alone they miss a whole lot of other things, like the different frequencies and the non-thermal effects that I cover in a video on recent science out of MIT. Oh, yes, the science is settled. Oh, bullshit. Settled. Idiots. Yes, that's how I would do it. How I do it anyway. How you do it is your business. Let's get down to another Q question. Oh, Jonathan's got another one. Can we expect to see Serpanos special muscle transformation in 2025? Yeah, it's getting to the stage where I can, it's the 7th year sort of, and I'm looking at transforming myself as a transformer in that regard. Yes. Don't. Hey, don't. Yeah. Look, I do want to put a bit more muscle on. I'm not going to go overboard, Richard. I'm not going to. I'm not. Jonathan's into competition sort of stuff, but that's. Somebody said that they didn't get a good view last time. Look at my head size. Look at the arm, and look at the sort of the muscle there. Not too bad for a 58-year-old when you look at that. So I'm not that far, but I would like to get a few, like in the muscle, get a bit more tone, a bit more things a bit bulging a bit for the ladies, just a bit, tiny bit. Harry loses context when I don't write properly. Don't. Okay. I was in my moment there, Richard. I was in my moment. That fantasy, remember back in the 80s, a sort of, on Miami Beach with all the chicks and all that. I was in my moment. That's what happened. I lost it for a moment. Remember Miami Vice? There, you know what I mean. Actually, God, me and my cousin used to basically dress in those sort of outfits back in those days. Fucking hell. I actually even had a white suit. Yeah. I was a proper sleaze bag, mate. I was a proper sleaze bag. Blame my cousin for that. I've got to blame someone else. Isn't that what you're supposed to do nowadays? I have special feelings, and so I have to blame someone else. Uh, anyway, it don't work out for me. Nah. What? Condro, Roy's, Harry, go the cords. Bloody hell, Richard. Yes, I think we covered that. That's the Go Bear. Switching to carbs causes us to have S-butans, yes. Okay, I've gone back, haven't I? Just realised that. What? I've lost track. What are your thoughts on some carnivore saying you need like oil? No, you don't. I'm not against it, but you don't need it. Yeah. Yes, good. They can be good strains as well. You need enough selenium to balance iodine. Um, if you get it from real food, the body itself has the ability to regulate those things. I think when you supplement and over supplement anything, you really derange that natural process. That's why we've got these metalloproteins in our gut to pick up, and the body knows what to excrete. It excretes it out of the bile ducts. That's why you need your gallbladder to work properly, because you need to be excreted out. Um, like if you consume too much manganese, 90% gets excreted out. Copper, the same thing. Many of these things, excess retinol and all that. It's usually the body with, even to some extent, from the occasional higher dose of something in the diet, continuous could be a problem. We don't know because we don't have any research. That's why we usually say to people, stick to the lower ranges to get enough, and you're fine. Don't go excessively, because we don't really understand, and there's no research telling us exactly what happens in physiology. Do I know what the upper limit of retinol for hypervitaminosis is? Nobody knows, because some people seem to be able to do very high levels of retinol and don't have this problem, and others do very little and do, because it's more likely that they can't excrete the excess. Or could be a whole lot of fibrosis in their liver and they can't store it properly. So there's a lot of nuancing to this story. It's not a simple story. So it's not like a healthy Maasai or healthy Hadza that doesn't have these problems and has things functioning properly. So it's all these things there is anecdotal evidence that you need to sort of balance selenium and iodine. But if you're eating a species appropriate diet, you'll get enough selenium and enough iodine in the right proportionality. Now, there are parts of the world where there is less iodine or less selenium. That can be an issue in some cases, like places like Poland and a few other places around the world. In those sort of cases, is hair mineral test will tell you whether you're a bit low on certain things, and you get at least a benchmark and say, and it's always the hair that's closer to the scalp. That's the stuff that you cut more of that. Yeah, I know it's that, and then you have a bit of a shave job like I did to basically get the stuff and test it. So it's just 7:30. Let's get rid of this. So that's done. Now, where were we? So half an hour, and then I'll switch to the other glasses. 1.5 hours. Yeah, so, take eggs, for example. You get good levels of iodine and good levels of selenium in eggs. Really good food to basically get both in good proportions. So that's my go-to a large extent for both of those things. Yeah, Johnny, are you able to do a podcast interview with Mary Ruddock again and talk about microbiome? I do have a plan to. Yeah, look, we can bring up the microbiome in that, but my focus is on the one that I do want to. I need to get in the new year. I'm going to contact her. I haven't contacted her yet, but I do plan to, and I want to ask her to do, because when the last interview I did, she had just visited she was in Cape Town in South Africa, and she had just visited the Hadza and the Maasai, and she was leaving for South America to do the Tismani, or as a bit difficult to pronounce with a dyslexic like me. Then she went to California to see her parents with her partner. He's a Greek guy, and then I know she went to the sort of Mongolia area, and then she came back to Africa. She did a bit of a stint there, and I missed her. So, and then I realised she was in the field because she had mentioned. and she hadn't produced any videos in her YouTube, so I sort of didn't bother at the time because I didn't want to disturb her. And then I forgot, and then now I'm saying, it's this sort of season period now that everybody's doing their own thing, so I'll wait until next year and I'll contact her once I see she puts a video up on her channel. It means she's back home, and then I'll contact her and say, can we do an interview? And we'll discuss the microbiome as well, because she's pretty knowledgeable on that and from an ancestral perspective, and I'll bring that up as well. So I do intend to do like a proper thing with her, and do a long one and cover a number of these issues, plus some of the recent stuff that she's picked up with some of these populations. A bit like, because I do probing questions to try and actually get nuances. Like, I even do things that are a bit controversial, some people would consider, where I mentioned, well, what did Saladino do there? Because she was down there at the same time when she was seeing the Hudson. And she basically said he was only there for, a day or two or whatever, and then took off. Apparently, he's an expert on the Hudson. So she was there. I trust what she has to say because she's an honest person and a really decent person. I would rather trust her than Paul. So, yes, there's a difference between a person like him and a person like her, a different level of integrity. And so we were able to nuance a number of things. If people haven't seen the Mary Ruddock playlist, go and take a look and go through the playlist, and you'll actually get an insight on the type of research she does and the type of background she has in nutrition, and how she used to be vegetarian and had health problems, and then realised that these tribal populations were heavily into animal foods. And occasionally they would have some plants, but that was the occasional, not the normal. And even sugar for the Hadza, it's seasonal and occasional, and they do it for the tourists. They don't do it themselves. And the thing is, they don't drink water as well. She noticed that, even though it's like 45 and 50 degrees. Okay, because they are producing metabolic water. That's what tribal people do. And you end up upregulating your intracellular, you upregulating your antidiuretic hormones. That's what these tribal people do. We don't, because we've been on a carb-centric system for so long that we've deranged our system so much. We're thirsty because glucose produces less metabolic water. 44% from 1 gram of carbs, 110% from 1 gram of fat. There's your difference. It's practically more than double the metabolic water. That is why you basically can hydrate with fat and not with sugar. And that's the difference. Why anybody on a high carbohydrate diet, like the athletes and all that, what do? They're forcing down their throats heaps and heaps and heaps of what? Water. And most of them are waterlogged. And there's actually she actually did an interview a while ago with Noakes, the academic from Cape Town, from South Africa, Tim Noakes, and she actually did an interview specifically about hydration, that most people are not dehydrated, they're overhydrated. And that's the problem, why they're actually causing more cellular damage to themselves. The whole purpose of taurine is to reduce the overhydration and have the right amount and excrete the right amount of fluids inside the cells and in the bloodstream. It's an osmolyte, it regulates. That's why fish produce it far more than any other animal, for the simple reason they need to regulate their own cellular and extracellular sort of fluids to regulate the pressure within a water environment. And the fish that actually are deeper, deeper sort of the fish that are in greater depths, they actually produce even more taurine because they need it. plus more astaxanthin, which is their prime antioxidant, intracellular antioxidant thing. Anyway, why does dairy store fat loss for some? A lot of reasons. Why it can be that they're consuming too much milk and so getting too much sugar. And if you are consuming a lot of milk, Jay, you have to basically do more physical exercise. So when Jonathan uses milk, he's actually also doing a lot of weightlifting. There's a difference, fundamental difference between the two. So, and it varies between people. I mean, I know Jonathan, when he was cutting, he was still doing some dairy. It doesn't affect you. There are a lot of reasons, so there can be issues with insulin derangements in some people that haven't been resolved. There can be imbalances for a whole lot of reasons. There can be underlying issues where they haven't fat adapted properly, and they may get slightly more insulin secretion for whatever reason, and then the dairy can amplify that slightly because a lot of things like even whey protein we know has one of the highest insulin effects in the system. If there is sugar at the same time, it will mean it'll express in the fat cells as well. If there's not sugar and you're only getting that sort of insulin spike from proteins and amino acids and stuff like that, and let's say fermented dairy, which has less sugar, then it'll express in the musculoskeletal. And that means it won't affect hormone-sensitive lipase in the fat cells and allow for more free fatty acids to be provided to the body. So it really depends on these sort of factors. And so a lot of people are sedentary and consuming too much dairy, which they shouldn't if they're sedentary. Most tribal people, most pastoral people were active. You've got to be active if you're consuming a lot of dairy, or you have to keep the dairy very low, or stuff that's more fermented, like raw cheeses and stuff like that, which is more fermented, which has got very little sugar. So it depends. It's nuanced. Okay, next one down. What's your opinion? Seems to be the best way to detox from working night shifts, also multiple shifts afternoon on a weekly basis. I've also always said it's not a matter of detox, but it's a matter of circadian mismatch. That means your internal clocks are out of whack. And this can increase oxidative stress in the body. And that's where the problem lies, Joseph. So the way to deal with that is to eat only in daytime. So let's say you're doing a night shift and then you come in the early hours of the morning, sleep right through, don't eat. Sleep right through. When you wake up in the afternoon, have most of your food compressed before the night before. And then after that, fast if you're working in the afternoon, like a shift in the afternoon, just basically don't eat anything right through until you have to come home to sleep. So only eat in daytime. See, humans, I'll give you a bit of a runner on this. 50% of humans have what we call night owls. They stay up late. There's actually genetics. In the past, humans used to have 2 sleep cycles. When we had the Industrial Revolution, that stopped happening. But they used to have like because you have no lighting, so there were no lights, nothing like that. So people slept early. They woke up at about 2:00 in the morning or 3:00 in the morning, and they just did things around the house, and then they napped until the early hours in the morning, and then they went and worked on the fields or in their workplace when there was the early dawn. There was enough light to work. And that's how people used to sleep in these 2-period cycles. That's the reason why if you take a look at 2 o'clock and 3, you have that 2 o'clock, that change in the sort of both the melatonin and also the different REM and sleep cycles. It's because people used to do that in the past. What we're doing now, sleeping eight hours right through, that's not normal. We never did that. So, if you go all the way back into history before lighting exists, that's due to lighting, we stay up and then we go to sleep right through for 8 hours and then we wake up. So we're living very differently than we used to. Whether one is better than the other is unclear. But the thing that we all did is because back then you didn't have refrigeration and to prepare food at night was impossible, so you didn't eat. So even though you got up, some people would do tasks around the home or go for a walk and come back, stuff like that. And then go for a nap and then wake up early hours in the morning and then start working. It's just the way people lived in the before we had electrification and lighting, you know. So I would say that if you stick to not eating at when the sun goes down, you don't eat. That will actually reduce your oxidative stress and actually improve your ability to function properly. So that's what I would recommend. That means no coffee, no nothing in that regard. And if you're going to have coffee, have something like bulletproof, that sort of coffee, and not after 9 o'clock. Definitely not after 9 o'clock. You shouldn't have anything after 9 o'clock all the way until the early morning, even if you've got 2 sleep cycles, so to speak. For the simple reason that that seems to cause some derangements, because you still got the caffeine component in there, which is the issue. So it seems to knock out some of the clocks in their proper synchronicity. So I tend to say people, if the only thing you're going to do is just drink water if you need it. Most people don't if they are hydrating with fat. And if you need to amuse yourself, get a book, read a book in those hours when you're not doing anything specifically work-wise. And you'll find your sleep will really improve much better. Yes, the critical thing is avoid eating after dark. Once the sun goes down, pretty much eat in daytime, in daylight, as our ancestors did. We covered that. Fish and crustaceans is what I primarily, mate. And DC, good to see you here, mate. Happy New Year to you as well. And Rich is throwing me a few New Zealand pesos. God, hasn't your mate, Mr. K, issued any currency out of his Pimbatia? You're still forced to basically use the old New Zealand peso. Is that it? I thought it was money printing back there, not just picking up some hay. Please don't forget to like. Yes, exactly, or else, or I'll be calling the bald man and getting Ted to come around and sort you out. And feel free to donate to Harry. Thanks, Richard. Where were we? Um, what was that? I don't take supplements of iodine or selenium, and my levels are perfect. Yep, from hair mineral tissue analysis. Oh, okay. F off, Elizabeth Bright. Fair enough. As I said, you don't need it. My iodine levels and my selenium levels are fine. I don't supplement either. I just eat the food that has it. Some seafood, crustaceans, things like that. I don't, and I eat seafood and dairy and all that covers my calcium needs. I don't have any problems either, and Dad's fine as well. A year ago, gets hit by a 4-wheel drive, and he's nearly 90. No broken bones, no fractured, and the bone density is taurine, leucine, leucine, and seafood and dairy and stuff like that. That's what he consumes. Every night he's got his he's got his he's got his yogurt. He throws in his leucine. He throws in his taurine. He throws in his a bit of citrulline as well. He mixes that up at the base and then throws in the rest of the yogurt, mixes it up and eats it. That's how he does it. So, and the old boy does it consistently. He's been doing it for 15 years, all the way through, giving him very strong bones and high, upregulating mTOR in the musculoskeletal and amplifying it with taurine. Yes, he's a good boy. Well managed. Yes, the old fella. Oh well, there goes the friendship. I don't trust drunk people. God, bald man and me are out. Yeah, I know what you mean. Was she an alcoholic in the past? Okay. I've never been an alcoholic. I could stop drinking and I can stop just like that, so I don't have a problem. But I do have indiscretions. Let's put it that way. I didn't realise that she was okay. Well, I don't think that's a basis to don't trust people like that. I think people make claims, and when I find inverse sort of even N of ones or whatever else, your credibility falls apart. It's, if I'm going to say, people may need to supplement these is because they've got a clear deficiency. If people don't have a deficiency and I can't prove a deficiency, why is there a need? And any carnivore that's been on a species appropriate diet, eating appropriately, a mixed carnivore diet like I recommend, covering all bases just in case they have calcium genetics or whatever, if they cover all bases, yeah. When I do that, when I release that video on calcium, you'll understand what I mean about excretion rates and all that, and how all that is nonsense that they've been telling us for years. And so there's a lot of confusion. People think that the body, somehow a lot of these doctors and academics think that the body is stupid, doesn't know how to regulate itself. It's been doing it for a very, very long time, boys and girls. And, it's only when you eat it inappropriately that it gets deranged. And I'm not going to look at research of inappropriate, deranged, sick people who have underlying issues. That's a different case. That is not the normal. And they're trying to push us, oh, that's the normal and we need a supplement. Really? When did that happen? For thousands of years, nobody needed supplements and now they do. Normal people? Give us a break. It's just absolute nonsense. So, yeah. People very quickly lose respect with me with that sort of stuff and that sort of thinking. Because, I don't have respect for that sort of, because it's not credible. It's just not credible. We've got so much information on ancestral eating of so many populations around the world, and even populations, if we go back even on semi-mixed diets in the 50s and 60s when before refrigeration really took over and processed foods, people were eating, 2/3 animal foods and 1/3 plants. That was the inappropriate part, but they were, from the 2/3, they were getting sufficient, cofactors to function properly, even though we know that plants require more cofactors to be utilised, which means that if you can, with 2/3, avoid these deficiencies, and only when you flip it and you do more plants and less animal foods and then get the deficiencies, it's quite obvious that all the protease inhibitors and the anti-nutrients and all that in the plants, because now you've gone more plants and less animal foods, now you've got excessive amounts of things that are going to prevent you from absorbing things properly. Yeah, you're going to get deficiencies. Oh, what do you think the supplement industry started in the 90s and onwards? Because there'd already been 80s and 90s, a decade and a half of poor dietary advice that then ended up creating far more nutritional deficiencies. And obviously, what came in? We didn't go back to the animal foods. We continued on with supplements and our sad dietary ways. That's what happened. The bullshit just kept on being perpetuated. We had all these experts telling us, you need this supplement, you need that supplement, and all that. And I'm going, and how much are you earning on this supplement or sort of bandwagon? So I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, as if humans required it for their existence. Absolute nonsense. Anyway, if I had a doctor in front of my name, I would be more popular than Genome, etc. Yeah, that's true. What he's saying has been known for about 15 years. It's not news. I am a little envious for a very good reason. Don't be. I'm not. You know, remember, envy and pride are sins for us Christians. It's not a good thing, Jonathan. It's not a good thing. So in the end, the algorithm and all this is going to promote the stuff. It's not going to promote. See, we don't follow the line. We point out the wrongness of that stuff. The AI is being fed a lot of nonsense, and when we're saying the opposite, it's listening to what we're saying and going, "Oh, I'm going to downplay this because the information coming from that channel isn't what I've been told is correct," and it's going to play up the other ones. And so you'll have what I call the populists. And I say to people, if you gravitate to the populists, you're being manipulated. I can't help you. But I don't blame. These people are just saying what the algo expects for them, and they're getting the benefit from it. I could set up a channel tomorrow and just promote veganism, and I can tell you I'd probably end up with 1 million subscribers, but I'd be a phony in a sense. So yeah, wear it as a badge, Jonathan. Wear it as a badge that you are on the right path. You're on the right path in terms of that sort of stuff. And if people don't recognise that, I mean, you've shown a person with your health issues from all the inappropriate things you did for most of your life. You've shown and you've got high functioning autism. You're a smart fellow, and you've come a long way yourself. And look what you achieved. How many people with all the things that are saddled against you get to win a top competition in bodybuilding? That's pretty good. You've actually, and you're in a slightly older age bracket than some of these are younger people, and you still beat them. You beat all of them. You did really good. You should be proud of yourself. I'm proud of you. You've done really well in that sort of stuff. The reality is that, the world is unfair. It's not a fair place. Yeah, I don't let it get me down. I don't let it bother me. I do my thing, and I'm honest with myself, and I can live with myself. I can look at myself in the mirror and feel comfortable doing that. And that's the only thing I can say to you. You can get up in the morning and do the same thing. And there's your difference. These people either cannot do that, or they're so clueless that they don't even realise they're saying nonsense or things that 15 years old or whatever. But it is what it is. Okay, have you heard of Chris Knight's British anthropologist sex strike theory? There's a very interesting idea of how our ancestors' fasting, feasting periods were synchronized with moon cycles. No, I haven't. No idea about it. I'll look into it. There is, I find with a lot of these things, so I've looked into similar stuff, I do find there's a lot of nonsense related to that, but there is half truths with a lot of that. So I definitely will look into it. But yeah. Out of interest, let me just think. What's his name? Chris. Chris Knight's sex strike theory. Okay, I've taken it down. I will definitely check it out of curiosity. Doo-doo-doo. What's in Germany? A lab. I said hair lab, hair mineral test. Yeah. Anyway, do you see any hope for Europe economically in the coming years? No, I have to be honest. It doesn't look good. They've just, yeah, it's just, I don't know what to say. Let me just touch on Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan. Then I'll come back to you, DC. Thank you. Appreciate it. To my Aussie father, thanks. You're welcome, mate. I'd be proud to have you as a son. Let's put it that way. You're a good mate and a good fella, so, and you've come a long way. So I'm proud of you. But, we live in a world where our mode of thinking currently isn't the most popular, which is unfortunate, but it is the reality that we live in. Um, all we can do is just continue on our path, doing the best we can do. I think people are awakening. I think a lot of these people are going to lose. They don't stay for long. If you look at it, Jonathan, they're like a one day marvel. They just shoot up and then they just decline. You look at a lot of these channels, they don't have this consistent people watching them. You see some other channels which have got less subscribers and more of their subscribers watch them because they know they've got something to say. They're interested in listening to them. Many of these people have heaps and heaps, and you go and watch some of their like live streams or whatever. In some cases, they've got like 200,000, and I don't even have, only and I've got sometimes more people watching me, and and sometimes they have less people watching, 20, 25 or 30 or similar to me watching them, and you go, how can you have 200,000? And it's because people have lost interest, but just forgot to unsubscribe. So it's, because people eventually that have used a bit of their brain and all that realise that they're just selling product or just regurgitating the same bullshit and all that. They got nothing new to offer. They got no insights. They're too lazy to look into things and understand things a bit deeper. and try and come up with solutions for people's intractable problems. They fall off the side for them. They try and focus on what that middle part, or the new crowd that doesn't really know a lot about. And it's the same thing with Saladino, the same thing. And if you notice, the media continually promotes him and stuff like that. You go, he's not even a carnivore. He's a half fruitarian now with juicing juices and stuff like that. I mean, it's ridiculous. And you have to look at him how badly he's glycating his skin. So yeah, what can one say? Um, yeah, the problem is that they don't have cheap energy. Europe doesn't have cheap energy. Now, if Trump can get a deal with Russia, maybe, but I think again he's going to pressure the Europeans to buy more American oil and gas. Then you've got people coming in like Malay from Argentina that wants to sell more to the Europeans as well. And, Middle East and around the area of the Eastern Mediterranean, there's probably going to be a bit from there that's going to be coming as well into Europe. But the problem is there's a lot of structural problems that have actually occurred in the last 5 or 6 years. A lot of industry has left Germany as well, or shut down because they've gone bankrupt from the sheer expensive energy in Europe. So even if everything was to reverse back to normal, it would take anywhere between 10 to 15 years for Europe to get to where it was. That's how much damage has actually happened, you know? So, and the euro straitjacket doesn't allow you to basically devalue your currency or do anything. It's, you're really locked in. Even Greece found the same thing. In the past, if it got itself into trouble, any economy, you devalue your currency and basically you can trade competitively again and sort of over a certain period of time fix up um, basically your economy in that regard, and your terms of trade can actually improve because with a lower currency, you're importing less, and so your terms of trade, as it's called, improves. So your exports, you start becoming more export orientated and less, and then you end up with more domestic production, or what is called import substitution domestically, because you've got a competitive advantage now against the other economies. But in the euro straitjacket, there's the other problem. You're locked into a currency union. You can't regulate your own monetary policy the way you want because other economies are either deflating or inflating or at different rates. And so, one rate doesn't really work. I've always said that in order to restore proper functioning of all of these economies, what they need to bring is variable interest rates. Now, what it means is that you can do it in two ways. Either if you try and establish a separate interest rate, the problem there is you may find yourself in trouble not being able to cover. And you don't want to go down the derivative pathway to support that. But on the other hand, you could do something else where you create a special fund. And that fund means that, let's say your economy is overheating and the rate is like 3.5, but it should really be for your economy something like 5.5 in order to temper down that overheating of the economy, so you don't get too much debt growth in the economy. You want to temper it down. Well, in the current system, you can't do that. That's what Greece wasn't able to control, the debt growth that was happening in its economy, and many other countries. But even the Northerns had some issue there in some regards, but less because they had more export orientation, so they were able to mitigate that excessive growth in debt. They were able to offset it, so to speak, where the South had less export because less export competitiveness because they came from a currency which was weaker to a stronger currency, weakened their actually weaken them even further in terms of competitiveness, in terms of export competitiveness. They needed probably another decade being on their own currency to increase the sophistication of their means of production in order to increase the productivity and competitiveness to come more closer to the north, and then adopt the euro at the right time, not to undermine their own industrial development and economic development, which they retarded as a consequence of that. But on the other side, to control the actual economy, you can create a fund and you can actually say, okay, our central bank will have sort of a dual purpose. They'll work for the ECB, but also work as an independent regulator of interest rates for the local economy. So it actually sets not an interest rate, but it sets a levy on the banks. So the banks charge, let's say, 3.5%, and they believe it should be 5.5%. They add a 2% levy on top. So that puts downward pressure on basically borrowing, on debt growth. So it puts down, because it's like you're creating an artificial interest rate through the levy system, and then all that money doesn't go to the politicians or anyone else or to the finance ministry. It goes directly into this fund, which builds up, and when the economy is in the reverse order, in order to remain, let's say the interest rate in Europe is 4%, and you need to have it at 2%, what it does is it subsidises a 2% via a 2% levy into the and it actually then lowers to help that economy again recover from a lower interest rate that you need for your economy. But you've got a mechanism to fund that, in a sense. So without a fiscal union taking responsibility for the whole Eurozone, you need to create these sort of mechanisms to be able to function and run a monetary policy within your own country within a single currency union. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Mitterrand's option and Kohl's option to basically create a crisis to force create a greater union of Europe didn't happen. It's actually divided Europe more than united them. So, human nature, they didn't take that into consideration. So they made things worse by creating a single currency with the design and the sort of limitations, because they were trying to force a quicker union. As globalists, they wanted to force Europe to integrate even more into a federation. That was their whole agenda. Anyway, and we know how that went. Pear-shaped. I found myself 50 grams plus carbohydrates leads to inflammation regardless of the source. I have most of mine below 20 a day, which helps mitigate RC, and still gives variety for eggs and dairy if needed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I, generally am around the 25 grams, sometimes 30 with my dairy consumption, in particular, because I have a bit extra probably than you do, because I like it. And so, yeah, but true. Everybody's got different thresholds in that way. Next question. Let's move it down. Oh, Dave's here. Dave, how are you, mate? Happy New Year to you as well, mate. And to all the tribe here, cheers. Thanks, mate. Oh, okay, so she has an addiction. Or maybe somebody should point her to Pim Johnson, who deals with addictions. Yes. We're humans after all, Jonathan. I don't think, I will never claim that I've 100%. And in many cases, as you know, I'll say I've got a lot of information in my head, and I can do all these computations in my head and work out the probabilities that this would make more sense than something else. But can I actually, and that's why I say I'm speculating here or I'm saying that. And that's what all we need to say. That's the honest thing. When you hear me, I'm saying on the best information that I have, I am speculating. This is what I think is happening. It's based on that because unfortunately we do not have all the research, is and in some areas it's God very piss poor and atrocious. It's so funny how people sit and promote it as if it's, the gospel just because some academic said it. Really? G'day, mate. And Happy New Year to you as well. How to bulletproof your immune system. Eat a species-appropriate diet. That's how. Make sure you got good vitamin D levels and take some taurine. It's pretty much as simple as that. Sorry for the tough questions. There are no tough questions. You got to throw everything at me and the kitchen sink DC. There's nothing wrong with that. If I don't know something, I'll look into it. The whole idea is, I'm one of those profuse people. I'll spend a couple of days reading pages and pages of studies just to try and work something out. It's just by nature. So, if you don't challenge me, I'm not going to look into it. But the future does, and about and that sort of stuff. That's not a difficult question, tough question or whatever. On geopolitics, God. That's why I've got the other channel, and next in the new year, I'll be doing a bit more content on that channel, covering a lot of different things. Because I've been listening to a few people in Greece that are getting stuff from intelligence sources or from NATO sources. There are a number of people that I'm well aware of and know some of their blogs and stuff like that, and I interact with some of these people, and I get some, really good stuff. The nice thing about it is some of these Greek people that have connections in NATO and some of these organisations tend to be a bit more liberal in telling people some of this sort of stuff, which is good because actually you learn some stuff where you never hear it anywhere else because it's just, there's another guy that I follow who's a Greek ex-intelligence officer who basically was trying to protect the leader of the Kurdish PKK, the Kurdish movement, Öcalan. He was the one that actually was deceived. The government didn't warn him. The intelligence in Greece didn't warn him. He was in the embassy, didn't warn him what was happening, and the Americans were helping the Turks pick him up because they got some favours. The Turks, but the Americans wanted some favours from the Turks. The Turks gave them the favours, and then the Turks handed him. I tell you, you can't trust any people that they're so backstabbing. The deep states of all these countries would backstab left, right, and centre, depending on what benefits they can get at a specific time. There is, when it comes to loyalty, it's a problem in the West, in particular nowadays. In the sort of things that happen, the nefarious things, you wonder why people lose trust in politicians and people like that. But these people they probably have an axe to grind, in a sense, but they know people, and you'll find out from these people a hell of a lot. Sometimes it'll never get in the media, and that's why I get a lot of my information from these sort of characters that that tend to know more, tend to know people. You've got that American guy, the Scott Ritter, and a few other people like that have been in these sort of areas and are well aware of this sort of stuff, and there's a few other geopolitical experts in Greece that actually teach at the War College for the military. Um, so there's a couple of characters there, and they're pretty good as well with some of the information. Um, so I do have good sources. I find that in the English-speaking world, the sources are next to zero. In the United States, America, security, that sort of security system is really stifling. You know, America, Australia, the UK, the Five Eyes, Canada, and all that are probably the countries where they are when it comes to security and not telling and misinforming the public and keeping information away from the public. They tend to be the worst countries. Absolutely worst. They're as bad as China. Their population has no idea. The West, no idea whatsoever. I find that there are characters in Greece and other parts of Europe that are actually a bit more forthcoming with information. Um, and so those are sort of my sources of information. I keep them close to my chest because I don't want some of these people being harassed by others. Um, so I get my information, then I also make my own determination because I don't agree with all of them on many issues, but I'm interested in finding out what's actually happening. You know, what is this character doing? What is that character doing? Who's getting kickbacks to do this, or who bombed there, or why did this happen, and who was bought off to make this happen and stuff like that. That's the sort of details I get from these people. Then I do my own geopolitical analysis of where I think things are going and what is actually really happening. So in that way, I end up having a slightly different or quite substantially different opinion from those people, depending on the subject matter. So that's what you'll get on Harry Serpanos Opinions. You'll get something different and far more nuanced. And some of the things that I've said are likely to sort of play out. I haven't been too far away from the truth. I've probably missed a bit here or there, but everybody does. Nobody can read the future. I just try to be a bit more nuanced, and even when you have details about real facts and things that have happened, that doesn't mean that necessarily things may not play out differently, because certain people may decide to follow a different political direction. You can't be in the minds of politicians and know exactly what they may, because sometimes they surprise you with the stuff that they do. You think that they're going to do one thing and then they go and do the complete opposite for very different reasons. And it doesn't even make geopolitical sense. You go, why would you do that? You're actually hurting your own position. Well, they may have been paid off, or they may have been pressured by another government to do that, even though it works against them. People do strange things under strange circumstances, especially when there's a bit of leverage on them or pressure. So that's the why it's very hard to predict what people will do, because there are a lot of things in the background, dirt files that people have on other people and all sorts of things, pressure points that they can apply that nobody can be aware of. And that's where we sometimes, even when we provide a general position on something or a view of how things play out, sometimes they only play exactly like that because of those reasons. Anyway, is it okay to eat meat cartilage on a carnivore diet? I now chew cartilage and even small bones. So do I. So it's not an issue. So, yep, it's fine. It means your teeth are very strong, because mine don't even break, fracture, or anything. I just can snap through and all that. So, just means you've got good teeth. So, good for you, because most people can't until they get good teeth and improve their oral microbiome, as this fella said to them earlier. Anyway, it looks like Europe is under Planned destruction, no way politicians are that incompetent. I refuse to believe it. Me too. Let's put it this way. As I said, sometimes there is pressure. Now, what was happening? You've got to understand geography. That's why they call it geopolitics. What does geopolitics tell you? It tells you that the maritime powers, who are the maritime powers? The US, all the English-speaking countries are maritime powers. They're tied to the sea. France, to some extent, it's both a maritime and non-maritime power, somewhere in between France. That's why it actually has this situation where it actually has this schizophrenic relationship with the US. It's either with them or against them, what I said earlier, because of geography. Germany tends to gravitate with the Central Powers and also with Eastern Europe. Why? Because they are land-based powers. That's what they are. The US could never win against a land-based power for the simple reason that it's a maritime aerospace. Used to be a maritime, now it's a maritime aerospace. So was the British Empire. So was all these. Where these land-based powers always were the ones that dominated the EURASIA area. Japan is also a country that, since coming out, we're not talking about that coming out, but since coming out into the world from its isolation, it's ended up gravitating towards the maritime powers. Obviously, it saw itself in competition from the early days with the United States, so it became an ally, not of the United States, but of Great Britain. It was only under Roosevelt, a lot of pressure that was applied on Churchill to dump the Japanese alliance. Because remember, the Japanese were actually shipping with their ships, and they had their battleships and cruisers and destroyers escorting Allied forces for the British, and even to Gallipoli. Many Australian transport of troops from Australia, from Australasia, was on Japanese vessels. Okay, just letting you know. In the First World War, Second World War, the Americans, because they were in competition with the Japanese, Roosevelt, as a globalist, pressured the British, well, basically blackmailed them and said, well, you need money to continue your war against Germany. You need to give up on the alliance with Japan. By doing that, then he could actually then focus, because he had to get rid of the Japanese UK alliance or British alliance with the Japanese. Once he broke that, then he could move against the Japanese. Then he started, putting sanctions against the Japanese. Then he started putting oil sanctions. That was the sort of last straw. That pretty much forced a crisis in Japan. The government was overthrown and replaced with a military government by the emperor. And as a consequence, Japan militarized. So and then the rest is history as people know it. So, obviously attacking another country is an act of war, is illegal, but, forcing a country into a situation where they've got no other option but to go to war to get their resources, then to get what they want, because the British were also told the Australians, under pressure by the Americans, not to sell any iron to the Japanese. So they cut them off from any supply of raw materials from Australia as well. And as a consequence of all that, Japan went into a war economy because it had no other solution for survival. It needed markets, it needed to, and that's, so there's always risks when you push things too far, that you create these animosities and you create these different spheres of influence and conflict. then comes from it. And we're seeming to move in the same direction. We seem to be repeating history sometimes. It's crazy how we do it as humans. And it's because certain people want more and more from the others. And this competition drags us poor suckers into their conflicts of those elites fighting and squabbling amongst themselves is what happens. It's just the reality of just I'm just providing the information. You may not like it, but that's the reality. So the United States could not allow a Eurasia, the European Union, to unite with Russia, is basically it. Germany was trying to push for this creation because Germany, for a long time, because it didn't have any colonies, their biggest problem is that they're dependent on raw materials and energy from sources which are unreliable in developing parts of the world. So with Russia, partnership meant that they had reliability of supply and at competitive prices that gave them global dominance in the marketplace. They had a surplus with the US and a surplus with China. It was the only country in the world that had a surplus with both big major powers on the planet. And both the Chinese didn't like it and neither did the Americans. So they both, tried to undermine Germany. The problem with Merkel was that she was a bit like Little Britain. She was Little Germany. Came from Eastern. She grew up. Well, she was born in West Germany, but she grew up because her father was actually living there, and as a priest in East Germany, he was sent there. So she grew up there. She became part of the Communist Youth League there. So she was well aware. That's why she was very close to the Russians because she was part of the communist system, and it was the reform part of the communist system broke away and then joined the Western political party system. But that's where she comes from. And so for her, she saw that there was interest. But the problem was she didn't bring Europe with her. She only took Germany to unity with Russia. And the Americans saw that as a risk where this Eurasian sort of entity could end up emerging, Hungary, a few other Eastern European countries, with Russia and Germany, and that could create this big economic, political, military sort of bloc that could potentially threaten the maritime powers. On top of that, with advanced technology from Germany, industry and all that, they saw what happened in the pre-war years before World War II, how that helped Russia, and China would then have a competition from that entity, even a stronger competition. They didn't want that either because that affected their balance of trade as well. So they had both their own reasons for it, and it were trade-related and economic things. So they pretty much made sure they could sabotage that. That was the conflict of Ukraine to break Germany. I mean, it was quite clear even before. I mean, most people don't realise that Germany is still under occupation to some extent. There's still military there, and there are agreements that they can't force that military out of the US. Just letting people know the real story. So pretty much that is an American colony that is trying to economically make itself something, but it sort of backfired on them. And, people say, oh, the Ukrainians blew up the pipeline. Really? You think that? You believe that? Okay, keep on believing that. It's more like the Norwegians did on behalf of the US. They've got the capability. They know how to. They have done this before. Vietnam War, the people that provided some of the boats, the special riverine boats for their special forces, came from Norway. Norway is a very interesting country. It plays at its all this, woke sort of stuff, but behind the deep state of Norway, there's some vicious characters there, I can tell you. And they are very interconnected with the deep state in the US. So, yes, believe me, that's why their sovereign wealth fund has been allowed to invest so heavily in the US. Not accidental. The Americans don't allow people that are not on their side to invest in their economy. Think, people, think. outside the box. There's all these sort of things. So pretty much that was to weaken Europe, because the globalists created the European Union to basically, as an important element to be able to be used, to use NATO as an attack machine around the world. It reduced their costs. But then when it became more of a burden, that became a problem. That's why Trump got really angry, and but that's the whole deep state was thinking that. Even Obama was talking about that. So Trump just expressed it a bit more louder, and then you basically had the situation in Europe where there was that pressure to basically, by some forces in there, the most loyal being Poland and a few other Eastern European countries that are like uber loyal to the US, and the others being uber loyal to Germany. So, and that's, Hungary and down, and the ones from Poland and up usually tend to be pro-American in the European Union and in NATO. So you have a lot of these frictions and all that. People don't notice them, but they do exist. It's the reality. And the French keep on jumping back and forward between the different sides, depending what suits them at a specific time. So very unreliable, but that's how they behave. They've always behaved like that. It's nothing new. They've either allied themselves with Germany or they've allied themselves with Britain, one of the two. It's never been neutral, even though they've claimed neutrality under, in the past after the Second World War. But it was really phony. But that's for another day, another story. And this is not the Harry Serpanos Opinions. So I better move on. uh, oh well, it's a Ponzi scheme that a lot of people believe in it, and as long as a lot of people believe in it, it's underpinned by nothing. There's no economy that underpins it. Gold has something tangible. Silver, the same thing. A currency, even though it's a fiat currency, if the economy is a good economy, it actually has an underlying GDP, gross domestic product. It has actually, real assets that underpin that currency. Bitcoin has nothing other than a program and all that, and people believe in it. As long as people believe in something and are willing to put their money in it, it's like a derivative or anything else. It's not it. It's a pseudo currency, as I call it, not a real currency, a pseudo currency, a speculative pseudo currency. And as long as people believe in it, I'm not against it. I say to people, if you've got a few dollars and you don't mind putting them at risk as a speculation, you could find yourself that it's something that you could use as an exchange if your fiat currency goes to shit. So, gold and silver can do that. Silver probably better than gold. But yeah, it's more people jump into those sort of things as a way of storing value in something. But I'm not going to sit here and basically claim that it's the greatest thing. It's not a human invention. Human inventions can either go one way or another, depending on the circumstances. So let's not delude ourselves thinking that it's the next thing since sliced bread. I don't get too excited about anything. I just wished I'd bought some really early when I was bagging it about more than a decade ago when it first came out. And my brother from another mother said, when I said it's a Ponzi scheme, it's probably going to go to zero very quickly, like a lot of others did at the time. Because it had been prior to Bitcoin certain other things, and they went to zero. So I thought, I'm not going to throw my money away. But then it surprised me because a lot of criminal elements and a whole lot of other people in China that wanted to basically put their money somewhere to get it out of the country without the government knowing, they used Bitcoin, and these people drove Bitcoin into this becoming this entity where you could store value. So that's what happened. But nobody would have expected that to happen. Well, very hard to see the future in that way. Although I disagree with Varoufakis politically, so do I. I agree with his analysis, his claim that Germany industrial model is over. Yes, he's right about that. It cannot catch up with EV development, AI technology, and battery production, and many other things. Chip manufacturing, on a whole lot of fronts, are falling behind. It's because they did not use their surplus all those years to reinvest in high technology. They basically have this fixation with manufacturing and didn't realise that there are other areas like software. They neglected software pretty much, where the dominant players now in software are basically the US primarily, and some other countries here or there, a bit here, and China. They're the two dominant players in this area. And, AI is just an expert system. It's, don't wait. It's not going to become self-aware, so I wouldn't worry about that. But who knows in 1,000 years' time? But definitely not at this stage. But I would say that when it comes to this sort of technology, really they have neglected in investing in these sort of areas, and that's why they're paying for it. I'll give you an example. Australia, CSIRO, have developed a battery. It's not a lithium-based, but it's a battery that actually can recharge. This is the government major research establishment. This is more than a decade ago, not now. It still hasn't got out there because they haven't been able to find anybody interested. I still cannot understand. And that technology allows for the recharging of a battery up to 70% within 3 minutes. 3 damn minutes. Has it been taken to the next stage? No. Then you've basically got, the problem is that everybody's jumped on this bandwagon of solid state batteries. That's where it's going, and that probably will basically be able to create something equivalent to a hybrid capacitor battery that can recharge rapidly and discharge rapidly, and it's probably going to have more benefits, even for the military, because especially for lasers, and for electromagnetic type systems of accelerating rounds or missiles or whatever out of a chamber, you need something to discharge quickly in that regard and charge quickly. So solid state batteries is the way things are going now. But a decade ago, this technology could have been used. The technology that the lithium technology that university in Singapore developed, which was also had similar characteristics, but unfortunately, they couldn't actually get anyone interested because everybody was looking at different lithium technologies elsewhere and weren't interested in investing for whatever reason. It just didn't make sense to me. There was an opportunity for Germany to basically a German company to go to Singapore, make a strategic alliance and develop the technology for their vehicles to rapid recharge. They didn't. And this is the problem that I'm surprised even Elon Musk isn't aware or didn't look into this sort of stuff. And, or who's advising him, I don't know. So, yes, he's an interesting character, isn't he? Yeah, I don't really trust him, but anyway. But he's an interesting innovator. You have to accept that he's an innovator, but you don't have to agree with, he's, got an interesting background. Yeah. Anyway, he seems to have seen the light. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. The future will tell. In terms of, yeah, Europe has really shot itself in the foot. Basic R&D. When they created the union, what they should have done is set up something a bit like the Americans have DARPA, and the Chinese have certain research organisations of their own, primarily in their military-industrial complex, but also in the civilian areas. And some of them are backed up with some of the tech billionaires there who are in these alliances with these universities and these strategic research centres, which the Beijing government finances deliberately to give them the edge on AI and chip technology and many other things. And that's how some of the actual companies now have actually come down to 5 nanometer. They've now produced 5 nanometer chips in China so they can compete with the West. I know the West is trying to go down to 3 and 2 nanometers, but the Chinese are now pushing in that direction as well. So, these are the leading companies. Germany and Europe never set that infrastructure up, their R&D infrastructure for software and specific critical areas of technology. Why? No idea. It's just because, again, little Germany, little France, little Greece, little Italy, this is the mentality. What can I get out of the market rather than thinking strategically? All they can think is green regulation, bullshit regulation from Brussels, but no innovation, because you're not going to get it from retards in Brussels, which is the problem. Basically, the greatest thing that would be if Russia bombed Brussels and wiped it off the face of the earth, it would probably save Europe. I'm joking. I'm not saying that they should do that. I'm joking. But I'm saying this is how bad Brussels is. It's a straitjacket around Europe, not allowing it to breathe, So unless we crush the Brussels bureaucracy and create a new bureaucracy and a new Maastricht Treaty and all that, where all the countries have a quasi-federation type thing with sort of like a confederation with an upper house which represents all the different states so nobody can actually screw anyone else, and a lower house which is just all the Europeans, and every single state from the European Union has to ratify any law, which means that if it's not ratified, it doesn't pass. You can't impose stuff on the countries. Their own parliaments have to ratify it. Yeah, it's a slower legal process, but you know what? You don't get bullshit politics. You get reasonable things which is less problematic and less authoritarian crap will come through such a system. The other thing is that what they need to do is create high technology sort of R&D sort of sector to support industry. They also need to deregulate that sector and provide advantages. They also need to basically use some money from this central organised entity that would be created to finance as venture capital, like Israel did, and build a high-tech industry. Europe needs to do the same thing because the local business people seem to not be interested. So the government has to step in to create and bring upper middle class people with high tech knowledge and information and that into that, finance them and create a new breed of business people of high technology. They can do it like Israel did. Just copy the Israeli method and it'll work. So it's not as if it's rocket science. Just replicate what they did. So there are ways. And then the other thing is the bureaucracy, the way it would work is there would be representatives appointed from every government. So it wouldn't be a bureaucracy controlled by any single government. It'd be a true European bureaucracy, which will represent all the voices, the varying voices, which would mean that it would be less woke. And they would only be able to agree on things which they have in common, which is the reasonable centre. And you end up with more practical solutions. Would this happen? Good luck with that. Do you know genetics? Yes. What do genetics often do? Why do geniuses often have children with disabilities and vice versa? Well, what is thought is that Asperger's, high functioning autism, and stuff like that tend to be that the brain is actually configured slightly differently, and so you think differently than other people, and so you may, as a consequence of that, have insights, or some people can be very mathematically gifted. So the disability can express slightly different in a way where it gives you an advantage mathematically to be able to, you've got no personality, you're very poor, but, so it's just a fluke. Out of those with certain rare genetic disorders and stuff like that, the majority are not geniuses, believe me. So it's a small amount. And most geniuses are not with genetic disorders either. That's a very small group of geniuses that are, and they tend to be Asperger's type primarily, and tend to be very much into really very niche areas of intellectual thinking. So yeah, hit the like, yes, Anika, hit the like. You know, hit the like. Definitely hit the like. Oops. Nearly 9 o'clock. I better change them now that I'm thinking of them. Let me shut my eyes and switch over. Ah, we're on the red sunnies. Things went a bit redder for me. Yes, the world is different. Harry, if it, where's the queue? God, Harry, if you haven't heard of it, I have a YouTube channel to recommended. Dialogue Works. It hosts a lot of ex-intelligence people, US colonels, ex-diplomats, etc. I'll look into it, but sometimes I find I've come across similar channels, and I find that a lot of these people are working for the deep state and pushing disinformation, not pushing real information, even or skewing things. So, yeah, I don't mind looking at it, but then I'll go to my sources that tend to be more reliable and have actually shown over time the stuff that they said then becomes public, and I've been able to confirm that what they were saying is they heard correctly and they repeated what they heard or saw. So I find that more reliable because the people in those things, where some of the English speaking in particular countries tend to be, it seems like they're still on the pay of someone. So I find them, especially US ex intelligence, British, in particular British, even worse than American, tend to be, let's say, uh, operatives, ex real current operatives, if you know what I mean, fake ex operatives. So yeah, you got to be very careful. But I will check out the site. Dialogue Works. Let me just type that because oh, is it, where is it again? Oh, no. Yeah. No, this is not dialogues. It's dialogue. Okay, thank you for that. I'll check it out, DC. Oops, YouTube chat bug runs my browser out of memory. Yes, awful when that happens. Here's a $56 meat lovers pizza on the bar with a small Domino's in Australia plus corn. You're kidding. Is that expensive? Bloody hell, that is expensive. God, no wonder your missus says we're eating rice. um, how to, okay, g'day, mate. Um, how to let go of old grievances and forgive everyone. Easy, just do it. You know? If if you've if you hold on to hatred, hold on to anything like that, who are you hurting? You're hurting yourself. Most other people move on. You're actually hurting yourself. It's actually easy just to forgive others. That doesn't mean excuse others. I've said to people, I forgive you, but I don't trust you, and I don't see any value in this relationship. But I forgive you, and I move on. That's the one. If it's family, you basically just tell them off because you can do that with family, and tell them, I've lost a lot of trust and you've actually damaged the relationship. Just being blunt and honest. It's the best way. And then it's for them to repair that relationship. They have to make the effort. And if they don't, you can't force people to love you. You can't force people to stay with you. You can't force anything. People must want to submit to a relationship with you because voluntary. They must want to do it. If they, yeah, you're not going to. There's nothing to be gained out of it. All it does is actually causes you more pain. And one thing that I've learned is by forgiving and moving on is mentally, it's so relieving. It's, yes, it takes a lot of strength to do that. I don't know whether I could that easily. I probably could nowadays due to my faith, but that would still be very, very hard, Richard. Yeah, but you can't live in the past. It just will eat you up inside, and that's the problem. In the end, you lose if you don't forgive. You lose, and that's right, Richard. You will lose in the end if you don't forgive. You destroy your own soul, inner peace, and you destroy something that's a gift that comes from God. The next door neighbour's dog. Okay, quieten down, you mutt. Christina, how are you as well? Good to see you again. Oops. Was it? A Canadian inventor created a perpetual motion washing machine which worked. He isn't around anymore. Crystal memory cards were first created around 50 years ago. Basically, infinite memory capacity. God, you're gullible. Alex, how are you, mate? Libby. Hi, H. Just jumped on. Missed 2 hours. What were you doing, mate? Did you have a chance to listen to Alex McCraner? No, I've been in holiday mode. I've been in holiday mode. I will when I get a chance. I did bookmark in my things to do next year. I just been busy with a lot of things. Even January, I've got a whole lot of things to do, and I've got things to do with Dad and his cataract operation, this and that. So I've had other things on my mind, so I haven't had a chance. Um, even with Bart's channel, I've jumped on a couple of times. I haven't even had a chance to look at some of his videos. Just the odd one here or there. So I've just been so busy with a lot of other things. So when I do get a chance, I'll check him out. Yes, I know, Richard. I know it's getting close. It's getting close. In New Zealand, they're 2 hours ahead of moi, and Queensland, which is they don't have daylight savings, 3 hours ahead from the Kiwis compared to the rednecks up in Queensland. I'm working, listening in the background. And it's in the morning. That's right. Yeah. So Uh, why do we exist? Where did we come from? God, that's going to take a long, long, long time. Personally, as an Orthodox Christian, I believe we are creatures created by God, pretty much. But I will be making a video on this subject matter on my Serpanos Opinions. Do subscribe, and I will cover that in great detail. And also go into the physics and science and stuff like that. So I will give you what the science tells us, what faith tells us, and because this is to discuss something like this is to properly do it. It's a very deep thing, and you have to go into the metaphysics and actually show the plausibility for something, because nobody can prove that the universe came out of nothing, and nobody can prove that the universe comes from a God, but we can infer. The word is infer. It's a bit like you can't show causality, but the associations are so strong you can infer something. So when we say we infer that I believe in faith, I infer it from what we've observed, like no supersymmetry. So you can't have the capacity to have, a universe coming out of nothing, out of strings, because that whole theory's busted, and nobody's else got a better one based on the observation. Any other models that people talk about, like Penrose, that talks about recycling universes. Well, some of his physics don't comply with observation. So, Mr. Penrose, Mr. Atheist British Penrose, you can't be right, because observation has nullified your recycling universe. So that would be a very, very long conversation. I've already covered a bit of it in my earlier live stream. Do check it out. Once you finish with this, check the other one tomorrow, because you do need to get some sleep, obviously. Check the other one, and I do have a bit of a rant about this and cover a bit about faith and physics and stuff like that. So I'm not going to recover it. So do check the previous live stream for that. Raymond, how are you, mate? Yes, and Happy New Year to you as well and your family. Real estate has become unaffordable, Harry. To start something now is impossible. True. But that's everywhere. Remember, when you print money and you've got more money chasing less assets, what happens? They inflate supply and demand. And that's what's happened. And who are getting all the assets? Well, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They'll own everything if they keep on money printing. So, yes. Why do you like dystopian horror and thrillers? Do you have a dark soul? Why do you like dystopians? Did I ever say that I did? I don't remember saying that I did like dystopians or horrors or thrillers. If I watch anything, I watch action movies, which is just nonsense, just to pass the time, comedies and documentaries. I'm not really into dystopian horror movies. I mean, we've all probably seen, like some of the dystopian sort of shows and stuff like that. But um, I don't think you have to have a dark soul to basically watch a horror movie or a thriller. I definitely don't like the thrillers that, like Basic Instinct and things like that. I find those disturbing personally, and I think I don't think that humans are that by their nature that evil. I think that they must be affected by dark forces because they're so far away from God. That's my personal thing. I don't think you have a dark soul unless you're distant from God. You only have a dark soul when you're distant from God, not just because you see something. People live through wars and see horrors, all sorts. But if they have God in their heart, these things don't affect them. in a negative way. But if people don't have darkness in their heart, they could do horrendous things and think this is normal. See, it really has to do whether you're a person of faith or not, and whether you've got darkness in your soul or not. I don't think these things necessarily, seeing evil doesn't make you evil. Got it? Not the same. It depends on whether you already have a dark soul, how you respond to what you see or what you experience. So, a bit of a difference there. So, yes, I agree. Clap, clap to Anika. Yes, hit the like button. And if you haven't, why haven't you? I'll send Ted around. He'll molest you. There's an evil thing. It's an evil bear. Harry needs Harry Serpanos Opinions live stream. Yes, I do. I do. Well, I did one. I do need to do others as well for people to ask geopolitical. You're right. So I will have one next month in the new year. So there'll be a live stream on controversial geopolitics. Yes, that fellow will turn up in the evening. CB Genesis. How many eggs to consume? Average, minimum to optimum nutrition. How many you like. How many you can stomach. Or 15 eggs in 3 minutes. I wouldn't be eating them that fast. Unless you're talking about boiling them. I eat 8 eggs at the moment. That's fine. I eat 6 now and then, on and off. My father eats 6 to 8. And the other fellow that used to be in a retirement home back in 91, when they did a case study, he had outlived his parents. Father died at 40. His mum died at 76, and he was 80. Trying to remember, 80 something, late 80s. It's a while ago, 86 or 87 or somewhere there, 86 or 87. And he, on average, used to do 25 eggs a day for decades. So, God, temperature tonight is really bloody hot in Hobart. We had about 30 earlier. And I think, yeah, anyway. Where were we? Yep. Comments. Happy New Year, Harry. Wondering what your perspective is in relation to what the least problematic antidepressants and painkillers are. I don't give advice on meds. It's just a policy that I've got. Sorry, but it's a policy. I sort of encourage people to try and wean off antidepressants and stuff like that. A thing that actually really helps is taurine. It actually increases GABA-A, and also tends to, a lot of like headaches are either gallbladder related or electrolyte imbalances can also create headaches and pain, and and if you're having headaches as well. And so, because it's an osmolyte, it regulates the ions or the minerals in the body and the fluids, and actually normalizes things and reduces the sort of conditions that can bring headaches and stuff like that. In terms of antidepressants, I prefer people get off them, be on a species-appropriate diet, and use taurine as a way to increase GABA and reduce glutamate in the brain. And that's a better way of going about it. And doing things like sort of breathing exercises, going out in the sun. Exercise also is an antidepressant, reduces it. It helps improve the parasympathetic side of the nervous system. These are the things that I would do rather than say I'm going to continue which are the least problematic ways of medicating. All these have side effects of one sort or another. So I can't, in good conscience, sort of recommend them. We've seen people with bipolar, with all sorts of schizophrenia, all sorts of conditions, ameliorate, that means reduce their condition or eliminate it, through a more strict carnivore approach. And I would recommend that far more than anything else. So if I was going to recommend anything, but I can't give medical advice. I'm not an MD. And when it comes to these sort of things, I can't tell you, I think this is better or that is better or whatever. And at the same time, I don't have the experience in what is called pharmacokinetics. Pharmacokinetics has to do with how a drug compound, works in the body. I'm not experienced enough, and I would never make myself claim that I am, because I aren't. Somebody who's been trained in pharmacology and surgical techniques, like doctors are, they know far better how to play with these things. I don't. And most people on YouTube don't. So I wouldn't ask them for advice. Now, if you can find a carnivore doctor, I would ask them for that sort of advice. But my ultimate would be to find a low-carb doctor and try and wean yourself off this sort of stuff by making adjustments to your lifestyle. That's what I would do personally. Rather than, and somebody that can actually work with you, because you may need to basically make adjustments to meds as your lifestyle changes and do things like that to be able to wean off them and use certain supplements to help in that transition. You need somebody who has got the time to work with you to do that. Don't expect to come on the live stream and get, follow these points, because it's not as, follow this course. Has to do, you've got to have feedback, interaction with somebody who knows what they're doing and make adjustments. So that's my answer. Sorry I couldn't help you any further than that. Okay. Down here's a queue. Gil, do you believe Pim Johnson and Bart Kay are the leading experts in nutritionology? You mean in nutrition? No, I wouldn't say that. I think that Bart Kay and Pim are very knowledgeable in the area. They understand the limitations of nutrition. They understand most of it's junk science, that it's just nonsense. They understand a species appropriate diet, what it is and what it isn't in that regard. But I don't think they've ever claimed that they are the world leading experts and all that. I mean, but jokes in that regard. But joking isn't the same as claiming something. I don't think I've heard Bart ever claim with a straight face that he's a world leading expert or whatever. Remember, he plays a persona on YouTube. A funny persona, taking the mickey out of people that are just doing promoting junk science and ridiculing them. That's how he gets a lot of the people that turn up to listen. It's like a comedy with science show. That's what it is. And that's what he promotes. I, on the other hand, do have a different style. And also, I do also utilize some humor to make it interesting for people to sit around, in that regard. People are not going to sit around if you're just basically monotone for hours. You need to create a bit of banter and stuff like that. That's the normal thing, that regard. But I don't think I've ever heard them claim these sort of things that you're actually stating. Now, are they very knowledgeable? Yes, they are on a lot of subject matters. When it comes to statistics, you know, um, Bart's really good on statistics. He can pull apart things really well and explain why certain things are, wrong. Um, when it comes to broad knowledge, he probably doesn't have the broadest of knowledge. He's an academic, after all. He has specialised in certain areas and probably doesn't have broad knowledge on a lot of other subject matters as well. So it is what it is in that regard. But at the same time, in his specific fields the 4 areas that he's actually qualified in, he's really, he knows his subject matter pretty well. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Danny, how are you, mate? And Happy New Year to you as well. Your dad's eyesight will be 2020 after the cataract surgery. Real science is amazing. However, a long-term health diet may have avoided the intervention. True. But, he's just like myself, this person here, I end up with a heart condition because did a whole lot of inappropriate things. I think the reason why you're probably here, let's say if you hadn't done so many indiscretions and you were, let's say declining slowly, you probably wouldn't have even shown any interest in basically doing any or looking into any of that sort of stuff yourself. Neither would I. I would have sort of stuck to my field and stuff like that. But I had to go to the extreme before I woke up and go, what the hell happened? I followed their plan. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Why am I here getting my chest ripped open and my heart having, double bypass? And why did I end up having a heart attack that nearly killed me? So, yeah, shit happens, as they say. Click. Not receiving notifications on the other channel. Okay, interesting. Yeah, look, I don't know. It's people have told me that the Harry Serpanos Opinions isn't getting the same traction. They're not getting the same notifications as well. Yeah, it's probably because the AI has gone through the stuff. It's found it controversial. Yeah, let's say it's either put it on limited sort of monetization or stuff like that at the moment, for the reason that they don't like the things that I'm saying. So that's where the problem lies, and I can't really do much about it. It's just hopefully just check periodically. That's all you can do, and see what new comes up. Yeah, it's annoying, but I can't do much about it. Yes, yeah, I know. It just goes on and on and on. Even though there's a whole lot of problems with a lot of those sort of things in that regard. So, there are some biologists that have come out blatantly, quite clear, and said evolution is dead. Um, you know, species adapt. We can definitely say that species adapt. It's not evolution, it's just an adaptation. They're not transforming into something different. They're just adapting to their environment and altering slightly and changing. We don't really have any transitional stuff. They're a distinct species. They don't any of that. The archaeological evidence isn't really there, and the stuff that we thought a few things that may be transitional are not. So there is a massive problem. There's a crisis throughout the whole of science. When they had the string theory, the you know the supersymmetry, which is the foundation of string theory, and parallel universes and all that, to allow for complexity to take place. As I said in the earlier live stream, I think you've already heard it. The problem is that all Richard Dawkins can come up with little green men, which is just nonsense. So, and even when they say they're coming from more like a parallel universe, because we've got millions of telescopes looking up and you can't find anything, and they're saying they're coming from a parallel universe. Well, there is a metaphysical realm, and there are demons and there are angels. Some of those angels, the ones that the most powerful ones around Christ, are the ones that are these circular things. And these things have appeared in the Cuban Missile Crisis as well. And they basically turned off things. It's like God decided, I'm not going to allow them to blow the whole place up because these people are crazy, out of control. So maybe they are. Who knows? Maybe we did have a miracle happen before we did press the button and blow ourselves up. So, but, obviously it's hard for people to wrap their brain around it. But there will be a video on this subject matter going into details, covering a lot of this. People want to listen to it, fine. They don't, it's fine as well. You take, as I say, a horse to water, it's up to the horse whether it wants a drink. Why do you have a video, Harry, do you have a video specifically on olive oil? No, I don't recommend it either. I do, under the PUFA videos, I do cover seed oils, animal PUFA, olive oil, and many other things. So there is information there for that. So if you can't remember which one it is. Vaguely remember having some sort of the image, or the sort of the background that I put on it, or I think it had some green thing, green colour, dark green coloured from memory. I can't remember the title or anything. You'd have to go through the videos and the PUFA playlist and find one that's got a dark greeny type thing that goes through and covers the aldehydes, the primary, secondary oxidative products and stuff like that from memory. It was a while ago that I did it. A lot of these videos were done like 3-4 years ago. So it's, I can't even remember what they look like. I just know the context of them, like PUFA, animal 3 hours cooking continuously, trace amounts, which intracellular antioxidants can deal with it. Plant oils, even just exposed to some heat, major increases in primary, secondary oxidative products, including aldehydes, that we know rip lipid membranes. That means they pull away, they create a lot of oxidative stress because they rip away a lot of electrons. So, and then they need electron donors, which are the antioxidants, to fill that. So you create a lot of oxidative stress. And if you have a lot of aldehydes coming through your system, and they do increase, they seem to, the longer the oil is out or in sun or is used, it ramps up the level of these aldehydes in them. I know that Pim and Bart have done research on a lot of the oils out there, and they've actually shown the high amount of aldehydes that accumulate in those oils. So not a good thing. Obviously, the greener the oil is, and it's got more antioxidants, and it tends, if you're buying Greek olive oil, it usually tends to be in a tin, which means you don't get any sunlight coming through. It's not in a glass; it's in a tin. That's how they have it in Greece. They always have. And so you tend to reduce the amount of oxidation that happens to that. And it tends to be, you get this, the greener it is, the better the quality of the olive oil is. So, like the extra virgin cold pressed is that really green stuff. That's stuff my father gets from Crete. It's a Cretan one. Now, in terms of animal foods, like animal fats, in order to get anywhere near, and this is still below the level of primary, secondary oxidative products and aldehydes, still below the oils, you need to cook something like char it for 32 hours. And it's still below. That's how safe animal fats are compared to plant oils. So, and the evidence is, I clearly showed, and this is the reason, this was an area that Bart was, looking at the old literature of the paleo people, and they were promoting and all this, and had that opinion. I used to have that opinion as well. When I looked into it, I realised, God, this is not right. And then this is what a real scientist does. I showed this to Bart, and he immediately agreed with me. Now he says exactly the same thing, that animal PUFA, animal PUFA is not a problem. He agrees with me because I've shown him the evidence. And a true scientist goes, yep, this is mechanistic. They've actually cooked it. They've actually checked it. They've actually didn't find this is repeatable. Anybody can cook the meat, check it to see whether it's got trace amounts or more, and confirm. You can do it over and over again. That's what repeatable experiments can do. And so he looked at that and yeah, it's a non-issue. Why haven't other people done it? Is because other people go and look at the sad dieters who are eating meat and seed oil and then go, oh, these people are eating more junk food, so obviously going to be eating more animal foods with all the seed oil or all the other crap at the same time, that a vegetarian is going to be eating less of that. And so a vegetarian will seem like, oh, they got less oxidative stress from the PUFA in their, that we've checked from their blood, because that's what they do. Oh, it doesn't seem to have as many, or the fats don't seem to have it as well, but all these other guys that are eating meat, the other guys aren't eating meat, so it must be the meat. What a load of bullshit. Forget about all the other shit. When you do proper experimentation on all the fats, properly test them and check them under heat and what results you get, then you really know exactly where the source is coming from, not these epidemiological observational studies that basically ask people to fill out questionnaires on what they ate. People mostly lie. They can't remember half the damn stuff. It's all just confounded nonsense. And that's the difference why you end up with this sort of bullshit in this sort of world. And they argue from an epidemiological, which is junk science, and I argue from mechanistic, actual experiments that show the complete opposite. And I'll go with the experiments that are repeatable anytime. Have I seen any David Lynch movies? No, I don't think so. I may have, but I don't think so. That's the kind of horror, like psychological. I don't watch them all the time, and usually just once, but they're great. I don't think it has any bearing on one's soul. Well, I don't think as well, but I sort of don't really like these sort of things. these dark, they disturb me. I just don't find them enjoyable as well. It's like, I mean, I'm not saying you can't survive like in a war zone. You go to a war zone, you see really horrendous things. If you've got good faith, you're a good, you've got a good heart, you can survive even atrocities like that. But I don't see why I need to, personally, that's my personal opinion. Um, my younger sister, she likes horror movies, but she's also got a good heart and really cares for people and all that. But she likes them. But it's not really for me. Eggs are great. Usually eat 6 per day. No reasons for me not to anyway. No, there isn't. More starting to feel ill. Took the 8 grams taurine. All good now. Haha. Good for you. Just have to remember, people need to remember that some people have a sulfur sensitivity and they can't take as much, like Bart K. Pim, she takes more taurine supplements. He doesn't. He consumes very little, small amounts now and then, because otherwise he'll stink the house out. Like, he's very sensitive to the fireworks have started out there. It's just the kids. They have the young children sort of thing at this hour at 9:30, and then they in the evening late at night they have the big one. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying, yeah, he has a bit of a sensitivity and takes less. He knows the benefits that it, I've discussed it with him and all that. He jokes with me and picks on me. But, he knows that, yeah, there's a basis for it. He agrees. But at the same time, it's a bit harder for him. And as Pim says, he'll stink out the house if he has too much. The same thing happens with eggs as well. He really gets, let's say, into a very flatulent state. I did say he could use choline supplementation, but anyway, that's his business. Dr. Chris Palmer has been using keto carni to treat mental disorders. Yep, I've heard. I haven't. I have to say I haven't watched any of his videos at all, or anything where he's been interviewed or wherever thing. I don't even know if he's got a channel. But I have heard of him. Um, yeah, there's so many people out there. It's just usually when it comes to Bartlett, myself, others, we usually focus on the controversial people so we can create videos criticizing them or whatever. You don't have enough time. There's so much content. And I actually also prefer doing my own, researching the literature, looking into it, investigating, because I usually find nuanced things that a lot of people missed. Um, so if you look at anybody who's watched my videos realizes that some of the stuff that I say, nobody else says because they just haven't gone deep enough down the rabbit hole. Who knows? There's probably a few people out there. I know that Jay Ducky and a few others have pointed out that some of the people are saying similar things to me and said, "Oh, I heard this new channel or this other guy say that." And I go, "Oh, good." They've possibly come across the literature themselves and realised, oh, like I did, that yeah, I missed that. So but that's good that more people, and I also encourage my subscribers to put stuff out, and you know, I, the, it doesn't belong to me; it belongs to all of us. As taxpayers, we pay for this research, so it belongs to all of us. If it's not getting out because certain vested interests are restricting how much of this information is getting, because how can I put it? If something doesn't get a citation, let's say I'm a scientist, I do a study and put it out, and it doesn't get cited, not even once. And a dumb study gets cited 1,000 times. Guess what will basically be the one that most people will cite? The dumb study, because that's the most cited one. And this is the problem with industry. They pay universities to cite certain studies. They do pay them. That's how corrupt it is. And so the garbage gets more citations and the good quality stuff gets hardly any. And so you sometimes have to go through pages and pages of PubMed entries to find something good. I'm not joking. I've spent hours going through stuff and just looking at it and I go, that's junk. Oh, that's junk. That's junk. Just bullshit, epidemiological junk. There's no mechanism here. What are they saying? And just going through one after the other, trying to find something where somebody's talked about. And you find that most of the older studies from the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s and 60s, and up to the 90s, you find within those studies far more treasure than you find in the more modern stuff. Because the problem is all the universities, in order to get their funding and order the universities or the university professors to get tenure or to maintain tenure, they have to basically produce a certain amount of what I call garbage per year. And that's where, and the easiest way to do that at the cheapest cost is to do epidemiology. Because if you do experiments, it costs money and it can take you years to prove something and then publish it. So you may get, like in the past, people that did experiments may have actually only published like 4 or 5 studies in their whole career. Now these jokers are, that's not even, that's possibly like in a year they're publishing those amounts. And it's all about citations, garbage citations to basically say our university has been cited so many times and our university has published so many studies this year. The question is what quality? And there's your problem with this whole industry. Yes. Nick, hope you are well, Harry. It's been a long time since I viewed one of your streams. Fair enough. Good to see you here, mate. Pelican, you, Harry. Happy New Year. Thank you. You as well. Question. If doing the spike protocol, is it okay to take taurine or completely avoid? It's fine to take taurine. Take taurine with food to get the best results. But the other stuff you have to take on an empty stomach, early in the morning, the first stuff, and then later at night, the other part, in order to, because they are enzymes and you don't want stomach acidity damaging them or degrading them. Okay, so that's quite clear. And that's for Jabba the Hutt, for those who are not sure what I'm talking about. Yes, Mr. Spiky. I have done a video on Mr. Spiky. Do check it out. It will provide you links to where you can actually get, amelioration of Mr. Spiky. He's a bad boy. Needs to be spanked. He's Pfizer's lovely son-in-law, apparently. Lilith, how are you? Coming off SRIs is horrible. I have repercussions still 2.5 years later, and I took 18 months to titrate down. Yeah, and that's why I couldn't give that person, Abe, any advice, because this really needs somebody to work with them, and that's why I just didn't want to, because I know how really bad all this sort of medication is. It's problematic. It doesn't work. It creates a lot of side effects, and it doesn't even the mechanisms they don't really understand properly. Where people who have come off all these meds have found, with a species appropriate diet, far better regulating their mood, their whole way of thinking and behaving. So, and also with a species appropriate diet, your addictions are suppressed as well. Once you become adapted to the diet, the addictions start reducing over time more and more, which is a good thing. My hubby is olive oil addict. He buys it from Greece. Yeah. Look, my dad still buys olive oil. Um, he gets it from a local Greek outlet down here. So, and he gets the Cretan one. So from, I think it's from Kanya in Crete. It's Kanya. Um, and yeah, it's like really green. Um, so he still has a bit of plant, some vegetables and stuff like that. So, you know, he has reduced. I actually have noticed recently he's really cut back on the plants, and he's just having very like the odd cucumber. He takes the seeds out and gets rid of the skin. As I've told him, that's where all the lectins and all the anti-nutrients. Like people did in the past, Dad. Just go back to doing that, and he'll cut it and salt it and that, and he'll have his eggs and his meat and some cheese and stuff like that. So that's his breakfast. So before he had a whole salad. Now he doesn't even have a salad. He's really just cut back on that, and I've noticed he's become far more carnivorous than what he used to be. So I'm proud of him. He's doing well, you know. So it took a while to convince him, but as he took out more and more of the plants and he felt better and better, he's realised, he goes, I'm stronger. I feel better. You know, Harry's onto something. And so slowly shifting, as I said, small steps. With all people, small steps. Remember, your religion, your way of eating, your lifestyle is a way. All these things are part of you. You can't change these things. You can't force people to change. What you do is you encourage small little steps. And before they know, they're transitioning themselves without even realising it. And that's how I did it with Dad. Small steps, got him to eat a bit more of this or a bit more eggs or a bit more cheese or a bit more this, yogurt in the evening with his, stuff. And as he started doing this, he shifted his diet on his own. He didn't even realise it. He looks back and goes, God, I eat a lot of animal foods now without even realising. He just slowly shifted. And he doesn't use much olive oil either anymore because he doesn't do those meals anymore that he used to that required olive oil. So now he doesn't even buy like a big can. He just buys the little bottle, the dark coloured little bottles. That's it, to just use occasionally. So even that's changed because I looked under and I go, he said, no, I don't need so much anymore. And so he's got a little bottle with a dark, because he knows that you shouldn't use light bottles. And yeah, so definitely there's been a shift there. So small steps, Anika, small steps, and you never know, you may get surprised yourself. Never force things, doesn't work. Small steps of encouragement, and people will start shifting without realising. It's the same way we fall off the wagon sometimes for small steps into the wrong direction. It's the incremental can be dangerous in the other direction as well. Just remember that. Oops. You're welcome, mate. Got myself into a dust up on the medium arguing against the benefits of olive oil that needed more ammo, but basically have argued what what you're stating now. Thanks, mate. Not a problem. Uh, you're welcome, Raymond. Yeah. I mean, it's the evidence that actually, if it's not compelling enough, you've got experimental evidence versus epidemiology. Experimental evidence, you can replicate it over and over again. All the epidemiological studies, you can never replicate them. This is why the head of the New England Journal of Medicine, the old one, the lady that actually ran it, she resigned and said more than 90% of the studies that we've got can't be replicated. They're junk. If you can't replicate something, it means it's not true. It's just bullshit associations. And she knew that. And she was disgusted that the focus was on bringing in money, more and more money, and putting more studies that were just junk in the magazine. So she pretty much walked away from it. I don't blame her. At some point, you have to take an ethical position and say, am I going to promote nonsense, or am I going to basically say, this is nonsense and walk away? And that's what she did. So I take my hat off to her and a lot of respect from she may not be a carnivore or whatever, but a lot of respect for what she did, because it exposed a whole industry of nonsense. So anyway, see, fireworks. It's not even dark yet. I know. Yes, yes, yes. They usually, because kids need to get to sleep, so they have the 9 o'clock, the 9:30 thing. Now it's finished. So and then people go home and put their kids to bed. That's the reason, which is not a bad idea. It's you know. So anyway, oops, another one. Oops. Oh, God, StreamYard. My chat thing's gone off the rails. Where is it? Come back. Bloody hell. Very annoying. All right. What do you think of, not this idiot again. Oh, God, Gareth Smith's toxic bile theory bullshit. 95% of bile and toxins get reabsorbed, hence we need soluble fibre to excrete. No, we don't. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. We don't. There are certain conditions. See, the body actually produces, like calcium deglutarate, glutaric acid is produced. It's only when your microbiome is stuffed and deranged that you don't produce enough of the acidic type of. You may lose, let's say, the bifidobacteria, certain strains of lactobacillus, in particular the bifidobacteria. What they do is they suppress these pathogenic ones that actually cause. So you have to be already, have to have a derangement in the gut microbiome, and that derangement, like a normal person, doesn't have the problem. And remember, some of these are firmicutes, like Prevotella, which is pro-inflammatory. And when you've got more firmicutes rather than bifidobacteria, what do you get? You get more inflammation. That's well known in the literature. What does fibre actually increase? Firmicutes, like Prevotella. I've done videos on the myths and falsehoods of veganism, and I cover this quite clearly and show the studies showing the increase in interleukins, the inflammatory markers. This is real science, not bullshit, you know? So actual experiments. This is reductionist thinking. Oh, if we use this, we can mitigate that. We can create this like thin layer of soluble fiber around your digestive tract in order for it to not reabsorb anything. You know what it does also? You don't reabsorb other minerals and stuff that you need to through the small intestine. Got it? There's your problem. And that fiber also comes with all these little hooks, and also comes with a lot of oxalates and stuff like that. When that goes through the bowel, guess what it does? These small tears. Guess what creates diverticulitis? Too much fibre. Absolute idiot. Doesn't even understand the mechanics of this sort of stuff. Has no idea what he's talking about. He put a whole lot of his clients on high doses and caused hypervitaminosis of fat-soluble vitamins, and then went completely to the other side and said, oh, you don't need these. Oh, as if animals haven't been known to go blind or um, you know, different animals in the veterinary area, we know, in animal husbandry, where we had to put back enough retinol to basically support the normal functioning and the normal expression of eyes. Like if the mother of a piglet, she was, or most other animals, deficient in retinol, in vitamin A, guess what happened? Sometimes the eyes didn't actually manifest properly, or even appear. Sometimes without eyes. So you think it's not important? Too much of anything, or too much of, outside the exact range that the physiology needs, is a problem. Within the range is not a problem from real foods. He was supplementing people because he's an idiot, and he actually caused hypervitaminosis. And then to argue, it's the retinol or that. No, it's your incompetence in the way you basically conducted yourself as a naturopath, mate. That's your problem. There is no toxic bile theory. If you've got a poor microbiome and sort of leaky gut and stuff like that, you need to fix that. But don't claim that soluble fibre is going to prevent the reabsorption of crap. What a load of nonsense. Now, you can use, if you've got that problem, you can use calcium D-glutarate as a supplement that doesn't cause these problems, and it suppresses and prevents these bacteria from breaking. The bile creates like a film around it to excrete. It prevents these bacteria from doing that until you can restore proper balance to your gut microbiome with having sufficient bifidobacteria and sorting things out with taurine, which regulates the gut microbiome. If you check my digestive issues, it says the molecule that actually regulates the gut microbiome, it's taurine, because it actually specific pathways and explains all the signs how it does it. Okay, lowers both histamines and lowers spermidine, that it causes the growth of a lot of these pathogenic bacteria. It all explains how it regulates it. So once you understand the proper science, Garrett, then you don't make these nonsense reductionist concepts that people come up with, as if the body hasn't been excreting excess toxins and stuff like that for millennia out of the body. Now it's a problem, in the modern era. It's because of other issues. And you're not going to mitigate it with that sort of nonsense fibre and making people, you poison them with excess, exogenous vitamins. And now you want to basically make them basically deficient in important minerals with a whole lot of fibre. God almighty. People stop listening to this buffoon. He has no idea what he's talking about. Bart had him once on and he wasn't convinced at all of it, because he had nothing to back himself up. Nothing credible. It's all just his opinions, really. When I argue certain things, I argue with actual evidence, not with opinions. If I've got an opinion, I say it's a speculative based on the best understanding of the literature. But he just comes up with reductionist nonsense. Yes, he just irritates me because he's a crackpot. Anyway, what's your opinion on eating bison instead of beef? I don't care what people eat on a carnivore diet. If you want to eat bison, eat bison. Bison has got a slightly different, what was it? It's got a slightly different fatty acid profile, and it's got a slightly different amino acid profile. There was something else, but I can't remember it. What the hell was it? Something else about bison, but it's not coming to me, Christina, at all. Probably come after this live stream, but not at the moment. But yeah. But at the end of the day, I usually say to people, I don't like people, because our ancestors would have killed different animals and eaten different animals. They wouldn't have just eaten one animal. So I do believe in variety. You'll get a different amino acid, fatty acid, mineral, vitamin profile, and I think it's a better approach to a carnivore diet. Plus, it makes it a bit more interesting, a bit more colourful and stuff like that, you know. So that's me. What you do, if you want to eat bison for the rest of your life, no skin off my nose, you know, as long as you don't have certain genes where you need some of the other stuff, like the calcium and a few other things. Yeah, look, sometimes small little steps. You know, if you can get him to do a few things, over a certain length of time, he may shift, you know, and just remind him, oh, you feel better. Well, you know, maybe if you did a bit more, you may feel even more better than that. You know, give it a try. You've got nothing to lose. So, you know, subtle encouragement, small little steps. Yeah, you'll sometimes be surprised. I was surprised with Dad, and my dad can be very stubborn. He's a stubborn man, always has been. Strong, stubborn, you know, that old traditional Greek, um, uh, where it's just my way or the highway. Yes. And I know because I used to get the belt as a youngster. So it was definitely his his way, all the way. Yes, yes, yes. Very well warm buttocks after that, after the occasional beating. And yes, I could be naughty. So as I said, even a stubborn person can slowly, small steps. I know, Nick. Let me just put it there. I know you want your father to shift. Father, we all want people to, our loved ones, to try something and all that. But if you're going to create resistance, then it's not going to happen. But small steps, you know, why don't you try that? Small steps, you know, because once you actually include other foods, especially satiety, more protein, I do encourage foods that have got more protein because they have a tendency of being a bit resistant to, in particular, fat. So if you can shift, you know, certain things like yogurt and in the evening, because that's when you absorb calcium best in the evening. Remember that, guys. And you know, so evening having calcium-rich foods in the evening, not in the morning. You absorb them better at night. In the evening when you or afternoon when you have a meal. So that's the time to have your calcium-rich foods. Just and that's why Dad has his yogurt. Then so do I, not in the morning. Occasionally I do because I'm a cheat and I'll have it earlier sometimes, especially when I want to restrict, have my meal and that in 4 hours and I don't want anything after that. But most of the time I stick to the 2 meals, not to the one. And so I'll do it that way. Yeah, yeah, so that's pretty much it. All the shit made me hungry. Yeah, I know. God. And it's 10 o'clock here. And it's nearly 12 in Pimbatia and New Zealand. uh, Oops. Fixated on bison, isn't she? Certain bacteria produce bile salt. Yeah. They do. Increase vitamin D absorption. Yes, they do. Yeah. Especially, yeah. The Lactobacillus reuteri. As I said, the Lactobacillus and the bifidobacteria are the ones that actually get knocked out by C19, the little Mr. Spiky, and that's why inflammation increases in the gut, in particular, because they really get hammered, and also with inappropriate eating, antibiotics, glyphosate. They're the ones that actually get diminished. Unfortunately, the beneficial ones, and so that's why we have problems with vitamin D absorption, with a lot of this, the way even biosalts are actually affected in the digestive tract. all these things are related to either these lifestyle or eating sort of patterns that we have that are encouraging the wrong sort of stuff. We suffer for it. Uh, Sometimes we may be forced, if you do a panel and you find out that you're missing a lot of some of these things. But that's why another reason why humans have always used fermented food. Take a look at the Inuit. They take a lot of like fish and they throw them into a bundle. They cover it and then they put snow under it. They let it ferment, and so that's how they get their probiotics. So they ferment fish, and in Scandinavia. There's a whole lot of, let's say, smelly fish dishes, fermented stuff that people consume. And they have been doing it for a long time. And in other parts of the world, there's kefir, which is fermented animal foods that basically provide those beneficial bacteria. So Dom's here. G'day, Dom. Just notice you. And it's nearly in Kiwi land. It's nearly New Year, and it is now. Happy New Year, Richard. Happy New Year. He's still here. He stayed up. Good on you, mate. Happy New Year for all my New Zealand subscribers. Have a good one, everyone, in New Zealand. He's probably just gone. And Paul's just arrived. G'day, Paul. Or you've been loitering in the background, Paul. Tasmanian subscriber. Lives just further down in the Huon Valley, don't you, Paul? Dom, mate, good to have you here. Hope the missus is getting a bit of relief as well. I tried get him to just switch to, say, real butter and even milk types, and he won't do it. God, there is resistance there, isn't there? Swap something out in his pantry. Go in and take some stuff out and put some other stuff in there and just walk away with it. Don't throw it in his bin. He'll go and get it out of his bin. My dad did that when I threw his lollies away. uh, Only another 13 hours to go. Oh, well, mate. Thanks, mate. And happy New Year, because you guys are just you're 2 minutes into the new year, Johnny. And thanks for your support for this channel. Appreciate it. Harry, have you updated maps on Pimbatia and New Zealand? No. Ted's been telling me to basically make Pimbatia look bigger than New Zealand. I tell you, corruption, that Ted. Absolute corruption. God. Trying to get me to basically down size New Zealand. God, they gave him an empire, and he basically it's gone to his head. Ted's completely on cloud nine. And I tell you that the bald man has got a lot of work on his hands. I can tell you. He's just starting to realise what it means to be a farmer, and it's bloody hard yakka. Waiting for the supplements to arrive next week. Good. Yeah, so he's definitely got a lot on his hands with because I know that he had a video recently. I just out of curiosity I checked it out because it actually posted a link on Instagram, and I actually looked at it and I could see he was out there with Pim, and he was, scanning around saying, I just cut all that down. And showed behind there was this massive area that he still hasn't cut all the actual, because they had a bit, when you have a bit of rain, you can't, because there's moisture, you can't have moisture in the actual hay. So you have to let it dry out a couple of days and then go back in and cut it down. Let it drop down, and then roll it up in bales. So yeah, it's a bit of work there, believe me. Because I've come from my family comes from a rural background, and I have worked in that sort of realm as well, that in the rural environment. Yes, I think my first endeavour in that was basically, to my mum's oldest sister, Tia Patrula, and she had she's passed away now. She would have lived longer, but she was a tough woman. I think she would have outlived a lot of people, but unfortunately, she choked, and there was nobody at home to help her. So she passed away, unfortunately, by choking to death. What a way to go. So it's unfortunately the way. I think that's why I have because mum had it, and I think I picked it up from mum. There's a sort of, my throat is sort of more narrower. And so I choke very easily. I have to be careful as well. So it's just one of those things. So inheritance, so to speak. But yeah, it's a tough life being a farmer. Let's put it that way. Let's see how he does in the next couple of years. It'll be interesting, So happy New Year to you as well, and thanks, mate. Appreciate your support, fully. So it will be interesting to see whether he's Harry. Have you updated your? Yeah, we covered that. And yep, and any plans for the new year, Harry, Nick? As I said earlier, uh, it's just I've got Dad with his cataract operation, a few other things like that. Um, Depending on, I may have to cancel my holiday and reschedule it for later, because I've got it for I booked it this year. I mean, which will be, by the time I finish this conversation, it'll probably be next year. But I may have to reschedule it. Depends on. They've told me that the schedule is late January for Dad's cataract operation, but it could be in February. They're telling me now. Could be delayed. So if that's the case, then I'll have to. So I'm hoping they inform me early so I can make adjustments to my holiday. So it's a bit annoying. So my plans are a bit up in the air currently, um, in that regard. So in terms of the channel, I'm looking at doing a whole lot of protocol videos this year to cover a whole lot of health issues and rare disorders and whatever. Because I talk a lot about it, but I haven't actually made specific. I've only done a few protocol videos. I want to do a whole series of protocol videos in all sorts of ailments. If you've got this ailment, what do? You do this, this, and this. If you've got this, you do this, this, and all that. And then with Jonathan from Carnivore Muscle, I want to collate all this sort of stuff with him, with the stuff that he's got, and potentially create some ebook with him. He asked me a while ago for a collaboration. I said yes, but I told him it will happen, sort of not this year, but next year. And so I'm going to have to put a bit of effort to try and pull that together. So towards the end of the year, we can put an ebook together in that regard. So that's the sort of aim in that regard. because I think it's going to be useful because there's a lot of people out there that need the information. They need some source of credible information on how to action for certain conditions because there's nothing really out there proper to cover that subject matter. So that's what we're trying to put together, something which is evidence-based and there's efficacy and there's a lot of anecdotal proof because all the other methods don't really have any where you've got some basis for what you're actually saying, which is important. See you, mate, and Happy New Year to you and your family. And thanks for your support as well throughout the year. Uh, will you need to post those videos on another platform or be on YouTube? It'll be on YouTube. I don't think they're going to be anything controversial. I do see like the Harry Serpanos opinions because of some of the controversial things that I've said on the Harry Serpanos opinions. What I have noticed is people are not getting notifications. Like Lemmy said that he didn't get any notifications and he subscribed to that. And if you haven't subscribed to Harry Serpanos opinions, why haven't you? You'll get a fresh perspective that you're not going to get from other people on a lot of the geopolitics, a lot what is happening in the world. And this year is going to be a very interesting one. Let's put it that way. A lot of upheaval and a lot of sort of the big players are going to be moving, trying to, let's say, position themselves this year. Very much so. It's going to be an interesting times. As they say, we live in interesting times. So I would say that there's going to be a lot of content, but it is being slightly shadow banned by YouTube, unfortunately. So I need my subscribers on this channel that are interested in that sort of subject matter. Please go and subscribe to the Harry Serpanos opinions. Yeah, so that's going to be my sort of focus on stuff. For the time being, it'll be primarily looking at doing the protocol videos for this year and a few subject matters here and there, things that I haven't covered or want to cover, or some critiques on some nonsense that's out there. It's a bit like, I've done a few things, to explain things properly to people. Like 4 years ago, I did one on methylation because I was finding that I was getting annoyed that there was a lot of naturopaths out there putting people on folate, heavy folate levels, and they weren't resolving the problem of methylation, but they were actually causing other like B6 deficiencies and also B12 deficiencies. And I'm going, why are they doing that? You know? And that's why I did the video, which is called Methylation Part 1. I know it's a boring title. I probably need to come up with a better title, maybe change it, maybe it gets a new lease of life again. But that covered the subject matter of how, for the genetics, in particular the 677 type of SNPs, that specifically riboflavin corrects it. And it just showed quite clearly when you get sufficient riboflavin, that enzyme functions properly again. So you don't need folate. You just need to fix the enzyme that works in the methionine cycle, and it corrects the whole thing. And if you also include choline in that, which provides a precursor for betaine, which also converts homocysteine back to methionine, you spare all three of those critical vitamins, folate, B12, because you need B12 also for bones, for bone health. So if you're doing too much methylation with these, and you also need to degrade oxalates, B6, and for other functions in the body. So if you're using these three, the secondary methylation cycle, for primarily methylating, what are you going to do? You're going to be depleting these. They're not going to be available for other things. Taking choline or eating choline-rich foods, which most animal foods are, you're sparing these things for the other functions. Got it? And for the brain, because B12 also plays roles in the brain as well. So that's what a species-appropriate diet does for you. And so that's those sort of videos. I'm going to do a few of those as well this year. But I'm going to do it with not only showing the actual science, but also, pointing out some of the errors that some of the people are making, because I keep on listening to people in the carnivore diet and saying, oh, I'm folate deficient. I'm going, are you getting enough choline in your diet? Are you eating choline-rich foods, animal foods? No. Well, there's your problem. And then other people don't have that problem because they're endogenously producing more. And so they don't need as much. So pointing out to them that they are able to do certain other things that other people can't do in that regard. So there are adaptations in the last thousands of years of domestication. And we need to be honest about those things. We seem to ignore some of that stuff, unfortunately, nowadays. Well, thanks for all the years, great content and channel. It's sad how these places want to stop the spread of such insightful information. Look, Nick, there's billions of dollars of industry that has the potential of losing a lot of money. If you look at the oncology area, in every country there's, billions of dollars or even hundreds of billions of dollars. And globally, I think it's getting close or maybe even over $1 trillion in terms for the whole planet, in terms of oncology, cancer. And, there's a lot of money in that. So, you deuterium deplete and you do a whole lot of other things to improve, respiration in the cell, a whole industry could be wiped out. And that's much cheaper per person to sort out these things in such a way, helping the body heal itself, improving the immune system to kill off the cancer cells, using senolytics to force apoptosis of both severely damaged cells and cancer cells. So one, you get rid of the cancer cells, and two, you reduce some of the ones that potentially have the potential of going the wrong way. That would save a lot of lives, but it would diminish a lot of profits for certain people. And there's your problem. You're fighting against misanthropic people that are more interested in making money at the expense and suffering of others. And, these people go out and don't care at all. And you can see them. Same people are the ones that are basically bombing every single country. They go, oh, we believe in the rules-based order and respect the rights of nations, and you shouldn't invade nations. The Americans have basically invaded more countries than any other country in the world. They've violated international law more than anyone. But when you've got a propaganda machine telling you that we're justified when really they're violating UN law, it's just bullshit. It's just basically, we need to sell more guns. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council, which is the US, Russia, China, Britain, the UK, United Kingdom, and France, those 5 members of the Security Council are the biggest arms dealers in the world. Say no more. Yes, they love peace. Really? Doesn't work with their business model, believe me. That's why when you listen to these people, they're absolute hypocrites. They just, and this is why Trump, he's got his, he's not a perfect man. Nobody is in this world. But what I always say, because from my own belief system, and because as an Orthodox Christian, I don't believe in the worldly things, but what we're encouraged to do is to vote for the lesser of two evils. That means, obviously, the crazies in the Democrat Party, you definitely wouldn't vote for them. They'd probably have everybody's private parts chopped off if they could. They're just absolutely loonies. But Trump's the lesser of two evils. That's basically it. It's as simple as that. Are they perfect? No. Do I trust people like Elon Musk? And not at all. He's got a bit of a shady history as well himself. So some of the businesses that he's been involved in the past, and there's a few, let's say, question marks on it, and things like that. So maybe he's reformed, but then again, I just he's got interests in basically being allied, because he definitely does want certain levels of deregulation and stuff like that. But, compared to some other American companies, he actually employs far more people from outside rather than from the US. I wonder why. That seems to contradict the MAGA type sort of thinking. So, and that's why I say, do you trust? But are they better than the other crowd? Yes, but let's not. The only person that I love and trust 100% is God. Okay, humans, I do not. I don't worship humans. Humans can be as sinful, bad, and weak, and whatever. At the end of the day, if you're going to support a leader or whatever, you basically vote on the basis of the lesser of two evils. That's the basis. And that's how I vote, not because people ask me, why are you voting for that person? And I'll go, well, because their policies are less problematic. They're not perfect. And yes, they did say that, and that doesn't sit well with me, but they're less problematic compared to the other crazies. And that's a reasonable way of actually dealing with it. Unfortunately, people tend to take things too ideological. And as I said, I've discarded isms a long time ago. I got rid of isms because no system created by humans is perfect, because humans are just imperfect creatures. All their concepts and all that are always flawed. Any system that comes into the socialists said, we're going to create the perfect system, never have crisis. Because they think their system is perfect. It's not. They're all weak in one way or another. And you know what the critical element there is? Humans. If it was run by robots, you could probably exactly make sure that everything worked in synchronicity like a machine. But we aren't a machine. Biological creatures that behave very differently and not like machines. And so you're never going to create a perfect system out of humans. It's just not possible. So, all you can do is just be practical. And as long as you use, sort of a centrist with practicality in mind, you get things sorted. And you discarded, isms and ideologies, and just use practicality. You usually get better results in the long run, and you tend to make the changes when they need to happen, because you don't have vested interests and stuff like that, which is very hard for most people, believe me, because most people that gravitate towards those sort of areas have got big egos, egocentric, psychopathic, and they want to force their way. And that's largely a problem in that regard. I like the Swiss model of that representative direct democracy, which is a really nice model. I will be discussing on that other channel of mine, which is called Harry Serpanos Opinions. You should check it out. I will elaborate on the model much better, because it's slightly different than the Swiss model that I'm proposing as a future model. of the way of running our countries, our societies. So, but that's for the other channel. I do hope more people subscribe to it. It will encourage me to make more material, insightful stuff, on the geopolitical, on areas of faith, on areas of science and many other things. But, unless I get support, the more I'll create more content. Simple as that. I agree. It will still be pushing statins in the UK. They give them now to anyone retired claiming health benefits. Well, they actually, at one stage, I wanted to put it in the water supply. That's how crazy it got. Luckily, some sensible people said, that's a bit too far. But they actually had those thoughts. Believe me, they had those thoughts. That's really how bad it is. What is the role of methylation in the body? Don't really get it. Well, what you do is you take methionine, you convert it to SAMI, which does a whole lot of biological steps, and then you actually create a whole lot of these metabolites, and then from there you end up with homocysteine, which is a byproduct of methylation. So methylation, there's different steps. There's things where it interacts with your genes to do certain functions in the body. Then there's things that you basically have to remove things from your system. So when we say we methylate things away, it's involved in the detox pathways as well and all this sort of stuff. And there you have to use a number of amino acids and all that. There's a whole lot of enzymes and all that. When you look at methylation, it's a whole lot of detox, um, converting a lot of different things to metabolites that do a whole lot of different functions in the body. So there's an array of things that happen. I'm going to make a video on it. It was supposed to be my final in the series because I did cover it. I suppose I was going to do one more comprehensively on choline as well, but I've actually discussed it to length in a lot of my live streams, so I have to do something like that. But I'm going to do a comprehensive one, and so I don't want to cover it now, Dom, because there is, because there's a controversy about we need folate, and so it's going to cover that, and I'm going to explain methylation and then explain why we don't need to supplement folate in the carnivore diet and go through that. But I don't want to give a lot of that away at this stage because I want to do the video because there are people that are claiming this in the carnivore diet, and I don't want to give too much away because there are other people that do watch my videos, and I don't want them to pounce on that information and create something. So, but I will provide information and go into all the controversies related to methylation, but it's heavily involved in all sorts of pathways. It's a key part of the way the body builds, removes things, and a lot of the metabolites that are produced from those enzymatic processes need to be cleaned out of the system in some regards or need to be converted to certain things. And so there's all these pathways, they're called methylation pathways. So it's like when you look at metabolism, you see all these things. Well, it's a bit like that with methylation. And there are genes that can have different variations on the way methylation happens, like with myself. And then there are genes that affect certain metabolites like choline in the body, and they can affect as well some of those pathways, where others have different genes and they work differently. So there's a lot of subtlety, and there's a lot of due to adaptation, due to diets, lifestyles, due to past sort of eating practices of certain populations. So it's going to be very nuanced in covering that. I do intend also, because of with the carotenoids and and also vitamin A, all the metabolites of vitamin A, and all the relationship and the metabolism of vitamin A as well. Because of this, Garrett Smith and people like that, I need to do a comprehensive one and touch on the genetics and all that. That will probably affect people like in the British Isles, like yourself, who's in Ireland. So that probably has these genes. So I want to do that as well. So I don't want to give a lot away on that subject as well. So those are the sort of things. Those are the sort of what I call the controversial videos. Outside my protocols, I'll be doing those this year to cover these points because I've covered some of them, but not comprehensively. I think I may have mentioned last, a couple of months ago on one of my lives when you asked me, I do intend to make videos where a lot of these controversial, because I do have a playlist on carnivore controversies. I do want to add more to that, covering a lot of these issues that haven't been covered properly and actually show quite clearly. That's also the calcium one, which I won't talk about now because I've already done it, but I'll sort that out soon and publish it, and that will come up soon. And that also talks about, because people say you need this amount. Really? There's a lot of nuancing on that as well. And we have to look at it over a lifetime and a whole lot of things. And sort of the protein side, it's far more complicated than people understand. But once you understand it, then it sounds simple. Then it all makes sense. So yeah, it is coming. That information is coming. Those videos. But I don't want to give too much away. As you can understand, there is sort of channel competition as there is on these sort of information, because I spend a lot of time drilling down through this stuff, and I don't want it to be a waste of time, my time. I don't trust any of them. All of self-interested and see this with push for green energy and a whole anti-China stuff. Yeah, look, China's not innocent anyone. Russia's not innocent. The US is. All these major players. When they say that the Russians are interfering in politics in America, the Chinese are interfering in politics in America, and other players are interfering in politics in America. It's actually true. They are. This is really happening. It's not bullshit. But what they don't tell you is that America's interfering in most of the other world. They do the same thing. The Americans interfere in Russia, they interfere in China, they interfere in Europe, they interfere in every bloody country on the planet, even more than even those two do. So the Chinese and the Russians interfere, but not to the level that the Americans do. I mean, the Americans have been interfering and violating international law and invading every single country and overthrowing regimes and killing off and assassinating leaders left, right, and centre. I mean, Obama just sat in the office and had drones going around killing people like an assassin. He thought he was playing a game called Assassin's Creed. That's what he thought he was, you know. So, and they gave him the Nobel Prize. This is how crazy it is, the world. So, propaganda is strong. People are very poorly informed, and that's the reality. And it's just like this because the tech billionaires. You have to understand these tech billionaires need. It's let me put it this. Why did they create all this myth, all this bullshit? Why? You think that there isn't credible science, there isn't good scientists that have come out and said this is bullshit, and they've been basically really restricted or had to say half truths. If you look at you go actually to the website of the IPCC and look at the actual stuff that is submitted by the actual scientists. All they say is maybe, possibly. There's no consensus. There's no 100%. And most of them are talking that there's slight risk, but when you look at their data, it just shows a complete difference. That it's much below all these so-called predictions. So the CRP 8.5 down to 3.5, which was in the old days, it's never gone above the 3.5. It's always been below in the last decade, the measurements. Now they've had to bring in 2.5, what is it? 2.5, 2 point something, I can't remember. Then there's the 1.7 and stuff like that. So they've actually had to push it further down to even get it to get close to that. So these models are just crap. They always have been. But then you actually look at the other stuff, the political, the so-called, social science views of human activity and stuff like that. That's where all the nonsense is coming from. That's what the media uses. They don't look at the actual what the scientists are putting out. The scientists are actually not really supporting the worst case scenario. They're not even supporting it's sort of at the bottom level. It's more closer to the bottom level. So it's like irrelevant, more or less, but they just put emotive things in their abstractions and in their conclusions, but their data doesn't support those abstractions or conclusions. And we've seen that in other, like, sort of nutritional studies and stuff like that, where you look at the data and it doesn't actually match what the abstraction of the conclusion says. Bart's pointed this out. And they do that deliberately because they need funding. If they don't make those slight claims, they can't get the funding for the next study. Because remember, their lifeline is, remember what I said earlier, they live off multiple studies. It doesn't matter how quality they are. The more citations, the more studies you've got, the better tenure you get. In the past, people like Einstein or people like that, Niels Bohr or whatever, they may have done 4 or 5 studies in their whole career. And most of the time they spend in the lab trying to work out what is truth and what isn't through experimental work. And then they've had something to say, they put in a study, 10, 15 years later. Some of the top physicists only did 3 studies in their life, some even only 1. They spent all their life trying to work out and then publish. Today, they just publish like mad because the universities need to get money and funding, and they need to basically be seen to be doing work. It's just garbage. That's all they're doing. And that's the problem with academia. It's not quality, it's quantity. And so it's across the board. And this is what has actually corrupted science and actually also caused the decline of the West, its competitiveness, because of this problem. Now, what do these people want? Let's just be blunt about it, what they really want. If you really want to know what they want, I was going to do this on my opinions, but since we're here, 1.5 hours in Tasmania before the new year, I'll just let you know. These tech billionaires have realised something. They look back and they go, we're up to our eyeballs in money, which we can't invest because the economy's shit. Everything's a Ponzi. Nothing's actually, the people are impoverished. Nothing's actually making much of a profit. So we're sitting like Google, Facebook, all these companies are sitting on mountains of cash. They don't know what to do with all this mountain of cash. Just massive amounts. And there's behind that is a whole lot of derivatives, a whole lot of ETFs, a whole lot of all these different instruments, mountains and mountains of crap. Okay? Now, you've got all this mountains of crap. If you have a proper economy and you have a bust, multiple busts, what's going to happen? These people are going to lose a lot of money, aren't they? In a real proper economy, that those who make the wrong investments get punished. You would see a whole lot of people in 2008, you would have seen a lot of people jumping out of skyscrapers like they did in 1929, because every, 70 or give or take to 90 years, you get a Great Depression or a big crisis, like in the middle of the 19th century, then in the early part of the 20th century. And then in the early part of the 21st century. Now, how do they avoid not having to jump out of skyscrapers? Their Ponzi scheme was subsidised by the government. You subsidised it, you as a taxpayer. That's what happened. And so once they got all this mountains of money, you've got a lot of money chasing less assets, supply and demand. So what do? They buy everything. You can't buy a house because they got mountains of money. They can outcompete you. They can outcompete you on equities. They can buy, like BlackRock and all these big investors, they can buy more of the share market. They can buy more of the properties. They can buy more of everything. They'll own everything and you'll own nothing and be happy. Remember that? They're honest about it, at least. But that's what they're doing. Because then, if they own everything, and there's a couple of and these companies like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, all the banks, they're interlinked. They each own each other. And that's how they make sure that they appoint their own people to the boards. So nobody else can, because they dominate the boards with a majority shareholding through, because if you've got BlackRock, State Street and Vanguard owning bits of JP Morgan, then they can actually appoint the majority of the people that run the company. And that's how they control all these entities. But they're not doing that because that's the purpose. No, they're doing that because they want to reset the system. Because if they allowed proper capitalism to work, these people would lose everything. They know it. They're leveraged up to the fucking hilt. They've created such a massive mountain of shit, their Ponzi scheme, that this is why they're inflating away their debts. That's why you money print, to inflate away debts. Remember, if you've got $1 million in debt, as an example, and I increase the money supply to such a level that now that home is worth $10 million rather than $1 million, I've already acquired 90% equity and I've only got 10% debt. See how you inflate away debt? And now us poor suckers suffer that. Most of that inflation goes into these assets, so you only get minuscule in the rest of the economy. That's why it's masked. And the reason why it's been masked for a long time has been cheap energy and the productivity of robotics, the improvements in industrial production. That's what's been masking it for the last 100 years. But we've got it to a stage now that they've actually printed too much too fast, at a stage where, because they got greedy, basically, let's just call it what it is. But the problem is the fourth industrial revolution hasn't come about, and their so-called Ponzi scheme, this green stuff and all that, and that's also part of the plan, because that was the whole purpose of trying to restrict and control, because they needed energy to become more expensive. The problem is they went too far on the money printing side. They basically didn't have their hand on the control levers with the politicians, and they allowed the politicians to go too far. And that's what they did, because they thought they had control, but through the Fed, but they lost positive control with the politicians who went too far. And that's where the problem started. But they encouraged all this behaviour because they were doing it themselves. And so their whole idea was to slowly transition to this bullshit. Not that they need the energy. They know it doesn't work. It's bullshit. You actually need more carbon than what you can actually mitigate from these windmills and solar farms. It's just nonsense. They're intermittent. They don't work. If you really want green energy, nuclear. That's your best option. So it's just nonsense. The whole idea is because these people need to reset the system. So they need to inflate their debts away, and they need to buy up most of the economy, because that's what happens if you need to get asset rich so you can reduce your debt. Then when you reset the system to a new currency or whatever, you end up with more assets and less debt. You're smiling. That's the whole idea. This is why we're paying for their mistakes so they can survive and don't jump out of skyscrapers like they did in 1929. And they've corrupted the whole system to do that. And that is why now they need money to be able to, because the debts are accumulating a bit faster than normal. So that's why they've gone crazy on the pharmaceutical side, on the food side. They want to corrupt everything. They're going for broke, because for them it's to try and, get more of those assets in order to position themselves for the reset. That's what they're doing. They're greedy. They're without scruples. They are, really, they hate us. They're misanthropists. They think we're low life. We're in their way. We don't need them. We've got robots. How can we reduce them? All this sort of stuff. These aren't accidental. This is their thinking, because they are so greedy, so misanthropic and all that, that this is what's driving this thinking. And they push this propaganda, this nonsense, because they want to reduce the population. They've said it openly. They're not hiding. We're just not listening. Or we're falling for the propaganda, the half truths is the way they operate. So, yeah, that's really what it is. Everybody thinks there's some sort of conspiracy. It actually is a conspiracy against the people, but it's an actual conspiracy. The so-called phony conspiracies are the stuff that they make up, and not the real stuff that's really happening. And the word conspiracy is actually a legal term. It's not even a political term. It's a legal term, meaning somebody is actually doing something which is illegal. That's what really it is. And that's what they're doing. They are undermining the rule of law. They are, due process, all these things they are undermining. And they are basically behaving in a very corrupt way in the system. Yes. I was subscribed and they removed me, and also noticed for months I didn't get any notifications for any of your channels. Oh, well. Yeah, look, I know that I've been on and off shadow banded and affected. That's why my growth is really slow. It's intermittent. It's more people seeing me and subscribing. You gotta keep on looking and seeing whether you've been unsubscribed, because I know that they don't like my content. And yeah, it is what it is. I think we all know. Even when they took off the strike and the warning, they did it because of Trump coming into power. They fear, they're not certain, and they want to try and remove most people out of that, so they can say, oh, only the worst characters, not everyone. And I think they've done that deliberately so they're not targeted by the government. Yeah, but if the other mob gets back in next time, they'll go full bore again. So don't expect things to get any better. So, this is just a lull between the storm. That's all it is. We're at the eye of the storm. That's where we are currently. So yeah, don't get too comfortable, is what I'm saying. If the machine is filled with wrong answers, you will have a wrong society. We talk about AIs. Oh, and the machine, the system. Yes. Unfortunately, it's a product of humans, and we're imperfect creatures and corruptible as well. Yes, I am still going, Jonathan. Yes, we do. I did say we'll take it all the way to 12 o'clock. It's a 6-hour. We're nearly at 5 hours. So we're going all the way. You're getting your worth. Yes, always still going. Thanks, Harry. it's a black box to me. To me, yes, got it. Yips. My dear Sarah, have you been? You're late. Hi, Harry. Happy New Year, big fella. Thanks. Oh, thanks, sweetie. Uh, what's your opinion on the whole crypto stuff? As I said earlier, it's it's like if you I looked at the early because I should have jumped in earlier, but it's not underpinned by anything. It's it was a Ponzi scheme in the beginning, like a lot of the other, because there were earlier incarnations of crypto type things. They all went bust. I nearly got into one of them, and this was like at the early days when it happened. We're talking about all the way back because I was talking about it with my mate. Um, I think the first time he talked about it was around could have been 2006, 2007. Yeah, I was overseas at the time anyway in Bali, and it's a long while. I'm not exactly sure about the year, and because I'd actually looked at what happened to the others, and I said, I think this could go the same way. But then what happened was, all of a sudden, out of the blue, while I wasn't watching, it just jumped considerably. I go, what the hell happened? And that's when a lot of people in China, in particular, came into it because they wanted to avoid, um, and it's to get their money out of China, practically. Some wealthy people that were trying to get it out, and the government was putting restrictions. So a lot of people jumped onto Bitcoin as a consequence. Then certain, let's say, shady people in the let's say illegal industries and stuff like that saw it. Oh, this is growing. This is something we could put our money in because other people are interested, and it's decentralized. So they put their money in, and then a lot of mums and dads and other people around the world started doing it. At the end, it's not underpinned by anything. Even a fiat currency is underpinned by assets, you know, of a real economy, bricks and mortar, stuff like that, actual things that are worth something. You may debase the currency, that's a different thing, but it's still underpinned by something. Um, Gold is always going to be a store of real wealth because even the currencies are always, and by gold, silver, platinum, commodities, let's be honest, at the end of the day, when everything goes to shit, the only thing you can trade is commodities and rare commodities as well. So it's like platinum, like silver, like gold. So, I mean, platinum is even higher. But if you want to like exchange like small denomination of coins is the way to go in silver in the economy would. I don't think it's going to go that bad, but you never know. There's always having a bit on the side is a good idea. But in terms of the crypto thing, um, it's an area where throwing a bit of money, as long as you're prepared to lose it, is possibly not the worst thing you could do. As long as there's a lot of people that believe in it, because at the end of the day, anything that actually, even derivatives, just another junk Ponzi scheme, that people jump into. But as long as people believe in those derivatives until they go bust, as long as they believe in them, they have intrinsic value that can be traded. Crypto is a bit different because unlike derivatives that if the economy goes in a certain skewed way, those derivatives could go bust, could blow up. Crypto is less likely to do that. So it's as long as you've got people that believe in it, it's probably the most stable Ponzi scheme that was ever devised, is one way of describing it. Because the reality is that as long as people support it, it is an entity in that regard. I mean, let's remember bonds in the past. They were actually like wooden pieces that were cut in certain ways, and that acted as a bond. Now that's just wood. Well, you could say that's like crypto, like a wood, but a digital thing. As long as you don't burn it, well, they did actually have a fire and they lost a lot of that wood, a lot of those bonds as a consequence. But that was something equivalent to this. And so as long as people believed in it, it had value. So, but the problem is with something like this, like the fire that burned everything, if, there was let's say, an electromagnetic pulse from the, weapons, or there was a massive flare from the sun and actually damaged a lot of systems and took out some of these systems that held this information. Potential is you could lose a lot in that regard. Potentially, I'm saying, um, in that sort of scenario, worst case scenario. But as long as people believe in it, and give it value, credence, and all that, it's probably one of the least problematic investment, speculative, um, risky investment options out there. I would, if somebody asked me, would you put money in derivatives or crypto? I'd say crypto, not derivatives. Far more risky, even though they are supposedly sound investments. There you have my opinion on that. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. I can't even read what you're actually saying at the moment. Let me just, okay. Happy New Year, Harry. Have some Carnivore champagne, okay, sparkling water. Thanks, mate. It's all the yellow stuff, the sort of the lighter stuff, because of these glasses, because the screen sort of, it's really hard. I had to look over here to try and read the damn thing. So thank you, Dom. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support and the support you've given me throughout the year anyway, and to support this channel by turning up and listening to this old geezer, what he has to say now and then. So I do appreciate it, mate, quite a bit. Yeah, but so I'm not against certain instruments like cryptocurrencies, but you've got to be very careful with these things in that regard. And there's a lot of conspiratorial stuff that certain people have created this. I mean, even Elon Musk's name was brought up. I have no idea how much credence that has, but there's a lot of things like that. And there's a number of other crypto products out there, which Ethereum maybe, but then, you know, yeah, yeah, nearly there. Nearly at 5K, nearly. We aren't yet there, so I still need about, I think, 10 more subscribers. Get some of your family to subscribe. So, yeah, it's very, very close. And at the same time, I would say, Nick, there a lot of the others are less, far more wilder rides I've seen with the others. Um, Probably the next best thing would be Ethereum. And probably the reason behind it is because some of the bankers have come into it as well. That's probably one of the reasons. Now, people say, "Oh, you can't invest in that because the bankers are in." Well, these people are running the whole show, the economy, and controlling it. So if they're in it, they're going to back it. You're less likely to lose in that sort of scenario, because they would be losing and they don't like losing. So, but I'm not saying this is not investment advice. This is just my sort of observation of what's happening out there. You need to, because my channel is not an investment channel, so people need to take their own advice. I'm just giving you a general opinion of my own on these things. I think you have to be careful. If if you're prepared to lose some money and you want to give it a try, that's fine. But be willing to take the risk and be willing to potentially lose as well. Yeah, they have, and that's probably, I don't think now. there is two sides of that coin. One side is saying that they're trying to basically undermine Bitcoin by then pulling out and allowing it to sort of create a run on Bitcoin and collapsing, and potentially then coming in and trying to buy it all cheap. There's that option that's actually been touted out there on the one hand. I'll tell you one thing, if it actually was to happen, that is the time I would jump into it immediately. I would jump into it and buy as much as I could, because I know that at some point it would eventually again inflate, because a lot of people would then come back to it because they'd be wanting something outside the system because they'd realise they were played. So I don't know what their intentions are, is what I'm saying at this point. Some people are saying that they want to create a quasi digital currency out of it. Yeah, I realise that but they will be coming in and buying, because you know what these organisations, this is an old trick that the bankers do. They create other entities, they sell here, and they buy through the other entity, and that's how they actually get their advantage. So nobody's looking. So when I see certain new entities that have been registered starting to buy into certain things, where I go, it's probably the bankers, the tech billionaires, or or some of the big hedge funds. It's a giveaway. Most people ignore it because they say, "Oh, it's a non-entity." No, it's them. It's actually them buying this stuff on the cheap. So you've got to understand how they work. They play these games in order to buy up the economy. How many times have they collapsed economies around the world? Then they've come in like basically what are they called? Ornia. They call it Ornia in Greek. Oh God, oh God. There's scavengers that eat raw the birds that eat raw meat, and that's putrid meat. We call them ornia in Greek. I'm trying to think of the English word. Bloody hell. God. You know what I mean? Some of you probably. Um, yeah, it's like those sort of birds that come in and actually try to scavenge the leftover carcass. Yes, so that's how they operate. You have to look out for those subtle movements that are actually made. That's how you pick up on these sort of people. Because how many vehicles they jumped out, they've dumped a lot of garbage, and then they've come back and picked up the stuff on the cheap after the crisis. How many times did they do that? Constantly. They get mums and dads to pay for it while they, you know, pick up the leftovers. That's how they reinflate the system. They get all this cheap money from the Fed. Vultures, that's it. Thanks. Yeah, in Greek it's called ornio. Ornia. So like vultures, they come in and they pick up the pieces. And obviously, because then the media is going, oh, this is a scam. This is, it's that, and they pump it up and push people away into the next Ponzi scheme, while these vultures come in and grab the cheap pieces and inflate them. Because once you hit the bottom, then what happens? A new cycle of printing, of putting out cheap credit, and these people just start buying everything on the cheap, and these assets then balloon in value. Guess what happens? They become even more capital rich in the next cycle of crisis, and the next cycle, and the next cycle. Old story, That's how some of these families have become so wealthy over time, through these methods. It's very predatory in the way they operate, but if you corrupt the political system, you can run these predatory things, and that's what they do. It's just the way they operate. Ah, thanks, Alex. Yes, the old vultures. That's exactly what they're like. So, nothing new. So, how do you think people like um, Buffett and Warren Buffett and people like that operate? He's getting cash rich. Just accumulating cash. What do you think? He knows it's coming. He knows basically there's going to be cheap stuff to be picked off from all the losers. That's why I say now is not the time to buy. Now is the time to sit with the other ones. You know, you're already seeing even the property market in Australia is coming off its peak. There's only so much you can, at some point where you can't go too far. So at some point there's a reckoning. I don't think it's too far away. And so, as they say, keep your powder dry for the time being. And remember, you look at every single crisis, what happens? There's the first big dip and then it recovers. So if you haven't sold out in that first dip, sell out in the next one before the next one happens, because that's going to be the big one, you know? So, and that's usually the banks coming in to shore up the system a bit while they're deleveraging. So you just need to keep that in mind. Look at what they're doing. Gold, for instance, how they deal with gold in America, they've been selling gold continuously. But who have they been selling it to? Because if you look at China, China's been buying shitloads of gold out of Switzerland, not out of America, Switzerland. So where is American gold going? Well, the Fed's actually set up. There's a couple of other companies that are associated with the Fed, not openly, and so they're actually selling to themselves because they need to maintain a certain level of gold holdings to back up their Ponzi scheme, their money, their debt levels and all that. But at the same time, they need new money. So they sell to themselves, they get this, they pass it on to the Fed, they get they're able to get new credit in a sense because they can get extra. Remember, when you've got a certain amount, you can print more. You can actually put more into the supply, and that's how they can actually then gobble up more things. But they've still got the stuff over here. They've moved it over here, and it's sitting nice and pretty for them. So they've been playing this game for a long time, so they know exactly what they're doing. They just got unlucky. They had a conservative government that came in that jacked up interest rates at 1929, and it just busted the whole lot of them. They started jumping out of skyscrapers. This time they didn't have that. They had the money printing machine that looked after them and deflated a lot of their debts away, as you do when you print more money. As I said earlier, a 1 million home, let's say you've only got 10% equity and you owe the bank for most of it, you print substantially enough to push up that asset price up to 10 million now. Guess what? You've only got 10% debt to the GDP. That's what money printing does. It makes you, the small percentage of people, very wealthy in terms of capital. And then you can offload a bit. You can say, I need to use for investments. You offload a bit, like Elon Musk does as well. You need to offload a bit of this to, I've inflated it. Now I need to offload a bit to all these other people. So if it does go south, I don't really care. I've offloaded some of it. And I've taken some of this, so I want to put it in other areas where I know I can make more money. So these are the way these people work. You've got to understand that. Lukey, it's early where you are, I know. Ready for work? No, I know you shouldn't be working today. Should be the last day. You should be. It should be now for you. It's New Year's Eve. Actually, New Year's Eve. You've woken up into. So, are you working today or not? They're forcing it on work. I actually took the 2 days off. Could be buggered going into work. Off work today, tomorrow. Good one. Plus, I've got heaps of flex, so I decided to take another flex day next week. So this whole week off, and then people have been away, so I did extra long hours of work. So I ended up building far too much. It's, sometimes I build so much I actually have to take 2 days in a row in order to come back because we've got a limit of 10 hours every month. So I sometimes can have way over 20, and so I'll take 2 days off and to bring it down. Because otherwise, yeah, they don't like you transferring too much. Sometimes they'll allow you under certain circumstances, but otherwise they go, "You've got to take it off." So I go, "Oh, bugger, take 2 days." That's what I do, and it's usually on either side of the weekend or something like that. Deliberate, making a 4-day long weekend. Yes, I tried to buy gold in a lot of other places, won't let you have the physical item. Luckily in Australia we can. So, and I know some of the investors in America are buying from the gold mint, the Perth Mint. So the Perth Mint sells silver, gold, 99.99% purity because it's guaranteed by the government. It's a government entity, so it's not sort of private where where you need third party verification and all that sort of stuff. Perth Mint is a place where we Aussies buy our stuff. So you've got different coins. So those silver coins have been sold out. So you've got half an ounce of silver coin for $31.08. Um, you can buy another one. They have different colourful ones, different stuff. They've got the plain ones, so you can actually just get the bars. There's the 1 ounce bars as well, which is because the 1 ounce bars you can get them 53 Australian dollars, 53.27 Aussie, and so that's little bars. So you actually get better value than the coins. Really, or you can actually get the ones which are not, like, because they are like proper minted bars. You can get the other ones which are just, what are they called? Which is cast bars. So, which is slightly different. So, let me just see. On the screen. Share, baby, share. Let's come out a bit. So you can pick the different types. So themes, if you're into that, I don't bother with that. Or the type, the type of metal. So you can actually just, if we want to only look at silver, get rid of the platinum. So we just look at the silver ones. So I always use price. So there's the bullion with a kangaroo style. It's got a swan on it because that's the emblem of the Perth Mint. It's on the other side, the other one. So that's 1 ounce, and that's 53.27 Australian dollars. You get the coins. These are not available. They sell pretty well. That's out of stock as well. So you have to go and look to be able to get the. I like to, if I'm going to get any coins, I get the ones that, and these are all 99.99% proof, pure. They're required by the Western Australian government. They actually supervise and check the quality. So you're actually getting very good quality. And this is, I suspect many of you guys are looking at it at the moment. That's why it's slow. Anyway, you know what I mean? How the hell is it that slow? I think all my subscribers have jumped on it. I'll wait until it actually works itself out. Darkfield Carnivore, Happy New Year, has it, and to all of you Harry loving meatheads. Thank you. UK Royal Mint, the same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be. So let me refresh. What the hell is this? Something went wrong with reloading. So we can get coins as an example. You can see 5 ounce. You can get in 5 ounce. You can get actually like a silver coin, 1 kilo, 1 kilo. So, which is basically 2.2 pounds for 1642 and 61. So, you know, in that regard. I think that's right. You can actually change it to US dollars. It's possibly not available for those ones. So let's get on the price. Restricted. So there are some restricted for overseas. Interesting. I didn't realise that. There you go. Let me go back to the Aussie. Maybe they have, I don't know what restrictions they have, so I've got no idea. So can't help you there. Manufactured exclusively by the Perth Mint as the Australian government official bullion coin program provider. Provide bullion coins and silver coins. Platinum bullion coins are available at an extensive range of weights and sizes. So yeah, you'd have to. But as you can see, 1 ounce, $56.95. That's Australian dollars. So it's relatively cheap. I know that the ounce of silver in the US is much higher than that. On a lot of websites that are selling. So I would say that you'd have to check. You'd have to check and find out. Why the restrictions for certain things. There may be reasons for it. The US government may have asked them to put restrictions. It's a possibility with these things. You never can be certain. Yes, yes. Site doesn't like you have purchased too much. Thinks you have a you're a bot probably. It's Harry again. Oh God, what does he want? Another penguin? He wants one with a penguin. We don't have one with a penguin. Go away, Harry. Yes, possibly. Possibly it could be the case, Nick. It possibly could. But there are, as I said, there are options for people to look at, to have a bit of you never put all your eggs in one basket. It's just to be certain. But having certain things in different things provides you with a bit of security, also provides you with some options. And so it's important that we have sort of options in uncertain times because we are living through uncertain times. That's the reality. Whether we like to believe it or not, we are living in times that are less stable compared to the past. It just is what it is. Now, in regards to my other plans in terms of this year, I do want to interview a few people because I haven't done it for a long time. Mary was the case. So I'm looking. I'm going to ask Jonathan. I want to do an interview with Jonathan as well. I want to do an interview with Bart on a number of subject matters. I do want to actually try and bring Pim on as well and have a bit of a conversation with her about addictions. So I want to try and get a few people on this year to cover a few different subject matters, things that I don't cover as much, and they specialise in particular for certain things. I think that people will find that useful. I believe so. Hopefully they do in that regard. We're getting closer and closer. So about 39 minutes. Where was I? Oops. Ah. Well, are you doing anything on prostate cancer, brother-in-law affected by it, sadly? Well, the two cofactors that are. Um, so, the two cofactors that are important for the enzymes that are involved in cell proliferation in the prostate and in the breast tissue for women. Vitamin D and the other one, retinol. So tell him to get out in the sun and eat eggs all day. That, yeah, I know. Last 30 minutes, Harry's sitting up, fireworks, ready to go. Make a mess of the place. Can't you see the fireworks behind? Just imagine. So, yeah, look, those are the key things. If you've got, in particular, prostate is one of those things that if you boost the immune system and you get your T lymphocytes really up high, so that's that TA1 peptide that I talk about that actually increases your T lymphocytes. You increase your T lymphocytes, you get your vitamin D up to regulate that part of the immune system, and sufficient retinol from eggs or a bit of cod liver. You can get those capsules. You don't even have to have the regular cod liver, which people find very difficult. Some, it's Island Harry. The sun is a mystical entity here. Mystical entity. Mm. Tell him to buy tell him to buy a flag with a 3-leaf with a 4-leaf clover in it. Good luck. Uh, well, look, let's put it this way. Look, I understand. Well, 5,000 IUs of vitamin D, and if he doesn't get out much in the sun, even in the summer period, all year round, 5,000 IUs will get you into that between over 70 or in the other measurement system that's used over 175. Like Dad's about a 183 now. He was at 187, the previous one that he further down. Before that, he was slightly lower, 176, I think it was, or 3. Was I can't remember. Anyway, so it was one of those, but his recent one has been 183. So we know from that sort of side that at that level, your immune system should function far better in dealing with cancer. It's really hard once you're in that therapeutic level for cancer to proliferate, unless you've got some really damage to your immune system for some other reason. And vitamin D isn't working properly because the immune system is really wrecked in some way or excessively suppressed by things like Jabba the Hutt. So if you've got Jabba the Hutt, if he has, the thing you want to do before you get explosive cancer, because that's going to kill you, you need to basically do the protocol that I've talked about, in the Mr. Spiky protocol. Do that first, clear the damn thing out, and then, but at the same time, try to get your vitamin D up because it's important for the immune system, because that's going to keep the cancer at bay and under control. So that's critical. Well, as long as you're getting K2 in your diet, yeah, it is fine. If people are not getting K2, that's when I'll encourage people to take K2. But if they're getting, it's not an issue. Like I consume, I don't, yeah. Yeah, selenium helps. It's in eggs. One egg will give you what the RDI is. You have a couple of eggs, 4 eggs, you're going to get, what is it, about 220, hold on, 55, yeah, 110, 220. So 220 for 4 eggs. So I think that's the amount. So it's still basically like 4 times the RDI or roundabout. I could be wrong. Or is it half that? It may be half. I can't remember. Still, you're getting more than the RDI. So a couple of eggs and you'll get, 2 or more eggs and you'll get either the RDI or more. So there's no excuse to not have 2 eggs a day to get sufficient selenium. So that's not an issue. You don't need a supplement. And as long as you're getting 5,000 IUs, just make sure he gets something that has MCT in it, coconut oil or something like that, and doesn't have any of the seed oil crap. Because it's not that the small amount of seed oil isn't the big problem. It isn't, you don't want to put in your body. But the problem is, it also is going to become rancid and then, damage all the other stuff in there through the rancidity. So you don't want that crap in there causing rancidity, because the whole purpose is to have the vitamin D and not damage it, through creating oxidative products in there and stuff like that. That's where the problem lies with those seed oils. And especially when you're getting vitamin D and you're gonna have it for quite some period of time, so to speak. I usually put my tablets in the fridge. So yeah, so I think that's probably what it is. 4. I thought it was 55. No, it must have been. Yeah, it's been a while since I did it. Yeah, makes sense. 60. Yeah, it must have been the 4 together. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, good for looking it up. Did you check on the top that site top of the different vitamins and all that? The one that I always put up because that picks up all the USDA data, so it's a fairly good one. Sounds good to me. Feel it there. Half an hour to go. Yeah, so I mean, 4 eggs, you've basically got more than the RDI is 55. You've got more than the RDI because that's what I'm confusing myself. Yeah, you got more than the RDI with 4 eggs, so it's all you need in that regard. So there's no reason to supplement selenium, is what I'm trying to say. Tell people, because you end up, using a lot of, I don't. It makes no sense to me, money wise, that you would actually be doing that anyway. Anyway, NC7. Yes, my ear is listening. Hey, Harry, do you happen to have any knowledge on primary myelofibrosis on Carnivore? I've got prognosed with it. Been Carnivore, hard Carnivore for 5 years and keep inflammation down. Need antihistamine. I don't that condition. No, I don't. But it is involved in, like any other type of, because a lot of these sort of conditions where, once you see the word fibrosis in, it always relates either to misfolded proteins, or to things like some sort of collagen structures, derangements, or stuff like that. The best thing for those sort of conditions that you actually find is taurine tends to basically, because it folds proteins correctly, and it also has antifibrotic effects. But about this exact condition, I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all, so I couldn't tell you. But I will. Oh, that's the third thing I have to type in. I'll I will look it up. So we got the sex strike theory from Nick Chris Knight. Dialogue works and primary myofibrosis. So yes, supplementing taurine every day, roughly 15 grams. That's fine. Sounds good to me. Is out of date taurine powder. Okay, the stuff I ordered had a short date, and I don't want to waste it. Look, most supplements, even though they say this is the out of date, they usually degrade after that date. They continue degrading. So what you're going to get is over time, it certain degrades and break, and you're going to get less. So let's say it's only a month after that period of the date, you may have any degradation, depending on the product, anywhere between 5% to 15%. Second month, you may have anywhere between 10% or a bit more to a quarter, 25%. So it's most of the stuff usually, especially powders like this and stuff like this, like taurine has even got a slower degradation time because it is a sulfonic acid with a polypeptide, so which is a string of amino acids. So you may have breakages. The funny thing is, even when you have those breakages, they go into the body can actually attach. Yeah, there are enzymes that can attach and or alter that into another metabolite of taurine. So not everything is lost, is what I'm trying to say in that regard. But you will have some degradation of the powder. It's just what it is after that date. But it's not going to be like, it's a bit like, where they say, you know, it's like a hard thing where it says don't use it after this date or but when it says best before, it means that it's best before that date. So if it says, to that date, up until that date, that means after that date there's a problem. Like let's say with meat, certain meats, cured meats, you may after that date it may be a problem. Or certain meats after that date or milk, it's going to go off or whatever. But with these sort of things, it'll say best before. It really means that before that, there's no or relatively very little degradation, like a few percentage points, because there's always going to be a bit. But after that, there's definitely going to be more. So it's best before that date. But even after, even if you consume it, it's just you're losing some of the value over time. Is what you. So I'd still use it. I wouldn't throw it out. But just know that you may have to, in the third or fourth month, you may have to, if you're having, let's say, 5 grams as an example, add 6 to compensate for the loss. So you'd be still getting 5, but, slightly better. Wasn't sure if it could become toxic. Taurine? No, definitely not. It's, sulfonic acid together with a polypeptide. It's what it is. Simple as that. And you can actually cleave off some of those aminos and create other metabolites. So, and it's actually what the body does anyway. So it's, not really a problem that way. Primary myelofibrosis is caused by the acquired genetic mutation caused scarring in bone marrow, replaces marrow with scar tissue. Okay. Hope taurine helps with preventing the scarring from getting bad. It does reduce scarring in tissue. In soft tissue, it definitely does. We know that because there's heaps and heaps of research. But in terms of bone marrow, I don't know enough. So I haven't really looked into bone marrow. I know that it actually helps with certain apoptotic requirements within bone marrow under certain malignancies and stuff like that. So I know that it's actually working in there. So if it deals with fibrosis in other tissues, why wouldn't it do it in that tissue? I'm just extrapolating, but I haven't researched and looked into it to be able to give you a definitive answer, is what I'm saying. But I would not be surprised if I did a PubMed search whether I could find a rat study or some sort of study, because you're not going to find a lot of human trials. It's usually just they induce damage to the rats or they deliberately introduce genes that cause the damage and then give them things to see what works. That's how it's done. These are called mechanistic studies. But again, it's a different physiology because they can't experiment on humans. That's what the Nazis did. It's illegal. Otherwise you end up in Nuremberg trial, executed for doing something naughty like that. So yeah. So we can only, from extrapolation, then try and see how, the best way is obviously you have to monitor it. So if you've actually gone in and had a scan, you know, you won't see much, even with fibrosis, it can take, especially in tissues like hard tissue, because this is soft tissue that you can see it within a year, a reduction in fibrosis. But with hard tissue, it can take up to 3 years before you see any significant change because of the turnover rate is different. So you would have to operate on the belief that, it's going to do something. And in 3 years' time, you would have to scan yourself, 2.5 maybe, scan yourself if you're desperate to know, to see any improvements. And if you saw improvements, then I would say if the slow improvements, would I go to higher amounts? If you can tolerate higher amounts, some people get like digestive stress if they go too high. I don't. There's other people that can go up to 40, 50 grams and seem to, it's like, and other people that even lesser amounts, like a couple of grams, and they're having all sorts of issues with they can't handle sulfur very well. So I don't know your genetics to be able to say. And so, yeah, the possibility. And remember, we clear any excess sulfurs get cleared out of the system on a daily basis. So that's why you have to supplement every day with taurine to maintain a certain threshold to cover any, and whatever doesn't get used by the body in the brain or any other tissue, then it just gets excreted. So it is what it is. So usually I generally don't recommend beyond the 20 unless there are specific conditions. Yeah. And with this condition, I don't know what the dosage is. Like with some conditions, I know it's about 200 to 250 milligrams. Then you do it with a weight per kilo body weight. I'm using that because it's been hot today and it's been a bit dry and hot as well. So I'm doing that because my throat ends up, if I'm talking for this long, ends up dry and then I'll start coughing. So I need it. Puzzling why people who volunteer, they can't do these studies, yet they're happy to give people the jabber. Yeah, look, it is what it is, mate. It's crazy world. Remember, most of these things are driven by the dosh, the dollar. Clear sky UVI 14 at noon. You'll be cooking out there, mate. You'll be cooking out there. Sunny's on. I know what you're going to be doing, sunbaking. Yes, that's probably the advantage of living in Brazil. You can sunbake all year round. You don't need supplements at all. Because Luke has been been sunbaking. So he got his vitamin D up to those top therapeutic levels and completely turned off his autoimmune problem. His Hashimoto's thyroiditis. That was affecting his gains, and now he's a tough boy with big muscles and much healthier. And a super carny, a Brazilian super carny. Yes, it's getting close. It's getting really close. 17 minutes to go. Well, it's not 15, it's 17. Get it right, Nick. Uh, time to cook the steaks. Oh, God. Nick, circadian rhythms, you're not supposed to cook and eat at night. Mm, God. After this, I'm going straight to bed. You realise that? I've been up since early in the I got up at 6:30 in the morning, and then I dozed off again, and then I looked at the time, and it was 8 o'clock, and I go, oh, I better get out of bed, and then I actually dragged myself out of bed, went and had a shower because I remembered, I got a live stream, haven't I? So dragged myself out, went and had a shower, bit of a shave, um, did all the other things that are required. Yes. It's 1 p.m. here in the UK. Oh, that's right, you're in the UK. Yes. Ah, yes. Understandable. Yes. What I think you're in Aussie land. Anyway. Oh, you're in the well, that's a different kettle of fish. Yes. I suspect that's what Jonathan's doing. He's probably off um cooking some steaks as well. Because it's lunchtime. Because he said he came back just to see what was happening, and he goes, "Are you still on?" Yes. Got now we got 15 minutes to go. So yes, on the other subject matter, yeah, it's crazy how compliant people have been in recent years. So population is very different in the way they behave. Like cancelling the celebration in the UK because of wind. What? You're kidding me. Oh well, that's weird. God, what? As if there's never been wind in the UK, especially in winter. I mean, bloody hell. Can't they basically just, there are things that you can get better reinforcements to hold things down and in place and all that. And, you can get glass type things that can actually mitigate, reduce some of the actual air that flows through certain areas. It's pretty poor. But anyway, it is what it is. They've cancelled it. Gotta be kidding me. That's the problem. It's just weird. The world's gone just crazy. You know, God, we used to get out on the bikes. We used to fall over and rip our, just scarred all over. And I've still got little things and dents that I slammed into into a wall. All sorts of things. Mm. Had a metal thing, so it really created a bit of a dent here. Actually, since I'm a big carnivore, it actually has reduced. So it's not as I won't show it now because you can't actually see it. It's because of the light. But next time, in the daytime, yeah. But I have I wear it as a badge of honour of my misspent youth. We used to put tyres up on a whole lot of tyres, and then like just a piece of plank, and just fly off it with the bikes, run down like mad, fly off in the air. Well, I did bust my bike a couple of times, but then I'd grab it and go up to my uncle's place. He was a motor mechanic, Dad's younger brother. And because Dad was a boilermaker, well, he'd go, "You know how to weld, do it yourself." He wouldn't do it for me. So I had to basically just weld it myself. So and then I'd go down there again and just off. Uh, so, yeah, it's a fun childhood. Let's put it that way. Now it's become so basically, put them in cotton wool, make sure they don't get little scratches on their hands. God almighty. No wonder these poor kids can't function in society anymore with parents like that. That's what's happened. Mm. Maybe he's on about his own wind. Too many carbs. Ooh, that's a mean words. Hog Manny. Cancelled. Fighting words. A license to be Doug White. What? I think they cancelled because of flooding as well. As well won't get crowds. Uh, Too many vegans in. Nice one, Paul. I like that. Uh, Typical Tasmanian joke. Too many vegans in England. Exactly, Paul. Exactly, old boy. Uh, that's exactly what it is. It is windy here, but that is great because it's clear. The air of the stinky smoke from fireworks. Oh, God. Need to see clouds. God almighty. Oddly enough, there is no wind here. You're on a species appropriate diet, that's why, Jonathan. Are you cooking up some steaks, mate? Because I know Nick is. He's getting hungry. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. We're nearly there. Getting closer and closer. And some triple cheeseburgers. No buns, obviously. No sauce. No rabbit food after the gym. Sounds good. Yeah, I actually do some of those as well. I sort of like just patties, and I actually put cheese on both sides and just allow it to melt, and then I allow it to just slightly cool down. Yeah, it is nice that way, especially with with nice yellow cheese. Mm. I actually like the. I've got into a habit now of using the Swiss cheese. It's really nice. Just sits on, and all the yellow stuff. It's really nice. So I'm enjoying that when I do my patties. 3 kilograms of rib roast in the oven. Oh God, that sounds good. Very cold wind here. Um, you are not outside for fun now. So the Dutch are indoors. What big health trends do you anticipate for 2025, if any? Depending on what they come up with. Are they designing it to release something now that Trump's coming in? That'll be interesting to see. Mm. Super monkey, you know what I mean? I can't say the other word because the AI will pick it up and demonetize the actual thing, so I can't actually say that. But super monkey could be the new one, you know? And the cure be, you know what? Jabba the Hutt doing this. Uh, Bloody terrible. But uh, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Windy here in the northwest of England. Okay, so different places have different levels. Where Jonathan is in London, it's not as bad apparently, or in his specific location. Harry is getting vegan in. He's going. You mean? He's going vegan in 2025. That's my new channel. Don't tell them, Alex. It's supposed to be the million subscriber channel. You know, the big one, the one that will make all the dosh. So yes, it will be called Roy's Vegan Paradise. There you go. So I'll use my nickname for that one. Raclette is good, and the Port Salute cheese, if you have it there. Well, we can get in specialty stores. Some of that stuff. Release the new thing. Release the new thing. The push for vegan foods is crazy now. They're all loaded with seed oils, exactly. The oncology model is really going to be very profitable. If you were going to invest in anything, you'd invest in oncology. It's going to grow even more. As I said, we're going to get to a rate of one person one per three persons with cancer due to this garbage that's the high deuterium garbage. So yes, if you're investing in the oncology field, you're going to be making a lot of money because it's going to be doubling in size, the whole sector. But the earth is boiling. Have a tax steak. Oh, God. Dom, you're in advertising now. Oh, almighty. Harry never was Carnivore. That's it. That's it. That's a new one. Yes, yes. He's joined Saladino. He's flying down to Costa Rica. Just tell that to the ball man in the. He'll go, what? He'll send me an email immediately. What the hell are you doing? You going to Costa Rica? Uh, he's gullible that way, but he's an academic. I'm about 2 miles inland in the town of Christchurch. Just a standard Great British Day. Yes, yeah, you would be further away from the coast. Yeah, you would be. Mate, it would make a bit of a difference. 2025, the big reveal. That's it. He's going vegan. Do you think there is any truth towards people that claim that can view Flemish workings in Antarctica in the secret labs? Telepathy beings? No, there's no truth in that. Now, in terms of remote sensing, I do believe that there is some sort of thing in relation to remote sensing. Um, what I think is it has to do with this sort of, in quantum physics, how you can get entanglement of distant things. I think that's under it seems certain conditions that may be possible, but it's a sort of a hit and miss in that regard. But there is definitely, above, because when you do probabilities, it's above something which the probability. So something is definitely there and all that. I mean, in Orthodox Christology, we believe in the noetic world, that we are connected to the metaphysical realm in that regard. So I don't doubt the possibility that there is some sort of connection, quantum entanglement, but we don't really understand it really well in that regard, how it operates in the sort of, you could say, the layer, whatever the layer is that we don't really understand between the realm of the metaphysical realm and the physical realm. Whether it permeates that is very, very unclear. And we may never know. Did you see the story about changing cow diet to solve the gas issue? Yes, I did. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that shit. Coles here sells that sort of garbage in their supermarkets. I'll stick to their Tasmanian stuff, which I know is safe for now. Will Harry last the year without getting banned? Is is what we all want to know. Unlikely. Very unlikely. Uh, who will be banned first, Harry or Bart? Probably me. uh, bodybuilding program update taken today. Yes, check it out. Harry will always be the first to be banned. too tenacious or too crazy, depending on who you talk to. Their monkeys didn't fly last time, so let's hope not. Paul, you've got the alpacas down there. Are you organising something with our dear friends at? Uh, you've got a direct line to Fauci, haven't you, Paul? With your alpacas, aren't they going to release something? And we are down to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year on the eastern suburb, the eastern part of Australia, excluding the rednecks up in Queensland. And there's the fireworks toot, 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 out there. Thanks for lasting this long, guys. And Happy New Year to you as well, mate. Nath, thanks. Happy New Year, mate. Joseph, to you as well. And all the Kiwis, definitely. Lukey, Happy New Year, mate. You guys are still a few hours behind us, so as the Earth spins, it'll be your time soon. So, yeah, thanks. Look, I really appreciate everyone for turning up to this long, long session that we've had tonight. Well, my tonight, your mornings for some of you guys. Thanks, Alex. Marcelo, Happy New Year to you as well. And the fireworks are going. So, look, I really appreciate everybody for turning up to sort of see the new year in at my end. Everybody, don't forget, hit the like and sub to all Harry's channels, yes, because you occasionally get unsubscribed, so you got to look and check, because that's why I keep my levels go up, they go slightly down, they go up, they go slightly down, they go up. It's a constant fight with the Al Gore, So, you guys just need to keep an eye on whether you're being unsubscribed or not, because that's the only way to basically keep the numbers in the positive. And so, hopefully to get to a certain level to be able to then where the Al Gore can't really too much suppress me. Thanks, Bully. Appreciate it. Yep. See, it's been a long time. I think the longest one that I've ever done was about 7 hours? I think it was. I lost around 300 subs over the past few days. Censorship is real. It is. Yeah, it is crazy. Oggy. Hi, Harry. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, mate. Dom, my notifications for this chat have been switched off today. Oh, look, it doesn't surprise me. I had my channel, one of my channels, my other one, was switched off to this other one. And I'm going, what the hell? So it is crazy, and that was the notifications as well. So I don't know, are they doing something or with the notifications on, is that the new type of shadow banding now that they don't unsubscribe people, or they also are doing some of this sort of stuff? Who knows, maybe. Well, hopefully, more people get an opportunity to find my channel, because they don't find it, it's really hard to get traction. So you guys have to popularize it out there, because there's no way I can do anything about it. If you guys don't promote it on your other social media platforms and stuff like that, it's not going to get enough traction to get people and to come to this channel and to discover it, because it's really, I try to promote it here and there, but it's a question of trying to get sufficient discovery, which isn't easy, I can tell you. How many times I'll post things and they get removed, and I go back and I go, what happened? And they just get removed from Facebook, from other things, just deliberately yeah, it's annoying to say the least, but yeah, all you can do is just persist. Even if you do it once occasionally, I do appreciate it a lot in that regard. So yeah, it's unfortunate, for Jonathan, for me, for many others. We've been struggling with these on and off, varied sort of things. Got to start posting your videos on Petard threads on X. Appreciate it. Yes. At least I'll get some polemic back from them. It's fun. But yeah, that's the other crowd that I do want to actually make more content a bit this year, to add to the existing polemic of their nonsense, their reductionist nonsense, because that's really what it is. It's just reductionist thinking, which is unfortunate, but that's what it is. I'm only on YouTube and Bart's Discord now. I've TikTok, but I'm not active. Yeah, I'm using X. I do put a bit of content on the Facebook group, the Carnivore one that Phil set up in the UK. So, with a few others. So I do put a bit of content on that occasionally. So I'll post some of yours, I'll post some of mine, I'll post some of Bart's and Pim's occasionally, just to try and get us, because we don't get enough traction in other areas. But yeah, all you can do is just post a bit here and there to try and get some traffic coming our way. So there's a few people that have come there from there, because they've told me, I saw you saw one of your videos on Facebook. So it does work, but again, it's the question of getting enough traction, especially when you're not big channels. Many people, unless they find something interesting, they're not going to investigate your channel sufficiently. If they do, then they realise, okay, there's some solid stuff here. I'm going to continue. I'm going to go down that and look into other stuff that person's produced, and that's how it usually works. But if you don't get them on the first go, it's much harder to hold them. It's just the way it is. You can say, oh well, they missed out. Well, so did I, in a sense. Appreciate your content, Harry. It's very important work, in my opinion. Well, it's stuff that other people don't do, but the problem is that most people, how can I put it? Even though I try to keep it as simple as possible, which isn't always easy, it's sometimes hard to get sufficient traffic, and maybe I need some ideas from other people on how to. I don't know whether if I change the title slightly, whether that will give me more traffic. I'm thinking of probably sometime this coming month, or now it is in January, trying a bit and see whether I can get some of the older videos again to get a bit of traction, because the information there's still valid, still solid. There's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, seeing if I can get a bit more traction. I've always wondered, there's so many people with methylation issues, and I've really, that methylation part 1 that really just hammers it, what the problem is. You just need riboflavin-rich foods and solves the problem. And I still just, for the life of me, can't understand why that never got really the traction that it should, because it really just blows out the entire naturopathic model of requiring folate when just fix the enzyme the way it works. Just still astounds me that hasn't never got really a lot of traction. I thought that was going to blow up and become a big one because that was about 4 years ago. So at those early stages, I thought those ones are going to just get so much traction and they're going to increase massively the channel, but it just didn't happen. So yeah, weird. But and other people just it astounds me to be, but yeah, it is what it is. Wacky Toaster, how are you, mate? And Happy New Year to you, mate, as well. Yeah, Facebook's really bad. It's getting worse. It's only recent he's, Mark is sort of scared and going, "Oh, it wasn't me. I was forced." Yeah, whatever, Mr. Zuckerberg. Yes, you were forced. What a load of bullshit. Had the Dems come in, he would have been full bore. Good on you. Good on you. I've actually done a few collabs with Jonathan as well. So there's a couple of videos there, which we've done together. People like drama. Yes, they do. They do. Look, I use a bit of humour because I realise that you can't be just bland and all that. So a bit of humour in my videos and stuff like that, which also, but I'm trying to get information across as well, which is hard to get information that is actionable and useful for people. And at the same time, it's, you can't, when you're talking about like research or that has to do with physiology, with nutrition and stuff like that, there's no drama in that. And most of the stuff that content that people create with drama is mostly fabricated. And it's just like, yeah, it's like a sitcom type thing. Unfortunately, people waste far too much time for that. And yeah, thumbnails, titles, and short videos will yield more traffic. Yeah, true, but yeah, I probably should do a bit more. But we did a couple of those short videos, but I didn't get the traction that I was expecting. So yeah, don't know why, but it's just didn't. I noticed Mr. Eric Berg has been getting a lot of attention from the British media. Okay, has he? Well, yeah. Well, there's yeah, a lot of people like that. I know Saladino gets a lot of attention as well. So yeah, silver lining of censorship is that you know you're on the right side of history. That's true, Raymond. That is true. As it's true, yes. If they're basically promoting you, you're definitely doing the wrong thing, or you're doing something wrong in that regard. Waggy Toaster, Happy New Year, Harry. If I've been trying to supplement iodine recently in some Lugans, and I have say it's doing good things for me. Well, good luck for that. But make sure you don't cause yourself a selenium deficiency. So eat a couple of eggs to balance out the iodine. Keep that in mind. Harry's content is for people that truly want to fix their health. It requires patience, and Harry is one of the few that give the necessary nuance details needed to execute appropriate protocol. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, I learned a ton from Harry and from Jonathan too. Thank you as well, Priscello. They back out. They back out as some expert. Thanks. Yep. Harry, can I help with thumbnails if you like? I'm not well an expert, but if you share them with me unlisted, I will watch and create some good stuff. Okay. I'll look into doing some smaller, shorter sort of things. None of us are, but worth a try. Concise shorts like Anthony Savey does can be good starters to get people interested in the channel. Great stuff to share around and for people to watch. True. Thanks for the tips. With the selenium, we'll eat eggs. Good. Anyway, guys, well, we're 40 minutes past and I need to be very careful not to go over the limit with Streamlabs because they'll truncate it because that's what they do. So, because I'm close to pretty much the 20 hours of free usage of the account. So I don't want to go over that limit. So I will call it a day in that regard. We've been going on for quite some time, well over 6.25 hours. So I do appreciate it. Thanks for being here and seeing out the year with me and the ushering in of the new year. Appreciate it. Thanks for the banter, the questions, the comments, the remarks. Appreciate it very much. What do you think Saladin will claim in 2025? Eating own poo is good for you and honey too. It's possibly, Nick, possibly, you know, it's called sweet poo or smelly honey, depending on, or honey aphrodisiac. Oh, God almighty. Yeah, I'm going to sleep. I'm definitely going to sleep. I need to. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care. And Happy New Year to you all. And thanks for being here and supporting this channel. Please hit the like button. Please, also, push this stuff out to your friends, rallies, whoever, social media. Just, try and give me a bit more traction. I would really appreciate that. Wakey Toaster, thanks, mate. And thanks, Nick, also for plenty of banter as well from you and a few interesting questions. Appreciate it. Take care all, and I am out of here. Thanks, NC7. See you guys.